big show. And there's lots for us to talk about. I can tell you that Roman Reigns and Seth Rollins will be face-to-face. There'll be a Lita promo. Sami Zayn and Johnny Knoxville are going to be in a segment together. And Aaliyah and Natalya will be in a match. This is being billed as Aaliyah's first in-ring solo match on the main roster. I don't know if she's done any house shows or anything like that. She has been on SmackDown, but they must have been tag matches or something. But either way, haven't seen her for a while. Didn't know if she was still employed. If ever we don't see any wrestlers for a while, I automatically think they've been released. So, yes, it's just nice to see her, to be honest. Aaliyah, still around. More than likely to be in the Royal Rumble, considering they desperately need women for the Royal Rumble, to the point where we're bringing back legends like Mickie James, and, as we said, Lita, who will be in the Rumble, is on the show tonight. So, yes, that's what we're looking at. I haven't seen anything else advertised, so if you have, feel free to drop it in the chat. But those are the only things. I did just, Harley mentioned them earlier over on the Football Days channel as we watched a Premier League game. So big shout out to Harley. And then I just jumped over to the Twitter account, had a little look over there, and it's still just listing those things, to be honest. So, but not bad. I mean, in all fairness, you're getting Roman face-to-face with Seth. You're getting a legend coming back in Lita. We've got a couple of matches announced. So, yeah, not bad at all. Probably the talk of the town at the moment, just before we jump into the chat, is Elimination Chamber. Elimination Chamber meant to, or normally has, its own pay-per-view. At the moment, it's not scheduled to be a pay-per-view, and word is coming out they're actually looking at doing the Saudi show in February, and that is where Elimination Chamber will take place. They're going to actually do it over there. They're not going to call it Elimination Chamber. It's a little bit insensitive to hold that in Saudi Arabia and call it the Elimination Chamber. So they're not going to go with that name, which is understandable. They're going to go with WrestleMania Chamber is the word on the street, which honestly I don't mind. I think that it's the right thing to do. If you're going to do that match over there, you've got to change the terminology. You've got to change its name. So WrestleMania Chamber, I think, is cool. I don't mind that. And honestly, I'm quite pleased that it's not going to have its own show. I'm pretty over Elimination Chamber. Pretty much, like, it's an all-right match, but I think having it every year is overkill. I kind of feel like if you've got loads of people battling to be number one contender, say you've got about 5 or 6 people battling to be number one contender, rather than doing a fatal 5-way. You don't tend to get fatal 6-ways, but rather than doing a fatal 5-way, call for an Elimination Chamber match. How about that? We'll decide this at the pay-per-view in an Elimination Chamber. Like, that's how I would use Elimination Chamber. Just use it when it's needed. Not, oh, here we go, it's that time of year again. Time for Elimination Chamber, and you just get it year after year after year. And, there's no real heat in the matches. It's just a load of superstars chucked in. And it's just part of the road to WrestleMania. For me, it's just a little stale. I've seen so many Elimination Chambers now that I'm quite happy to have a little break from them. So, I'm not going to get that, but at least it's not going to have its own pay-per-view. So apparently it's just going to be part of the Saudi event. So, fine. I don't know what that means for March. I mean, you've got to think they'll do something in March. There's got to be some sort of big show in March. But at the moment, there's nothing scheduled. The laugh is cringe. Elimination Chamber being in Saudi Arabia is the right move. No need for it to be its own pay-per-view. Is there a pay-per-view in March? Nothing yet. No. In all fairness, on the schedule, it just says Royal Rumble and then WrestleMania. So there was nothing in February, but they do always do the Saudi show in February, so kind of had a sneaky suspicion that it would still happen, the Saudi show. And, word is that it is. And it's going to be the home of Elimination Chamber or WrestleMania Chamber, whatever you're calling it in 2022. Rachel said Brock should be in the chamber for the first time. That'd be interesting. I don't quite know how they're going to do Royal Rumble and everything because it's all really messy. It's not a problem. There's definitely ways they can get to wherever they want to go because you've got a Royal Rumble, you've got Elimination Chamber, you can always have someone drop the title before WrestleMania. You don't even need to have people drop the title. Right now, you could do champ versus champ. The only question would be, what does the Royal Rumble winner do? But they could go up against Bron Breakker in NXT. We saw Charlotte win the Rumble and end up battling Rhea Ripley, who was women's NXT champion. So if you really want to do Brock Roman and you really want them both to have belts and you really don't want to do a triple threat, then do Brock versus Roman and have the Royal Rumble winner take on Bron Breakker, the current NXT champ. And that would be fine. It's going to be a bit difficult to explain as to why they're going after the NXT title, but they've done it before with Charlotte. So there's lots of ways that we can get to wherever we need to get to. If you're going to have Brock lose the title to Bobby, then he could jump into the Rumble, win the Rumble, and then he still goes on to face Roman, but just without the WWE title. You could do vice versa. Roman loses the Universal to Seth, but I don't see that happening. I don't see Seth becoming the Universal Champion and beating Roman. I don't think Seth's the one to do that. So I think Seth is just a stopgap personally, but it's quite interesting, isn't it? There's quite a lot going on. I'm so excited for the Rumble this year. I think because of the unpredictable outcomes that could happen. I agree. It's a difficult one to call. LSW said, has anyone seen Okada Ospreay at Wrestle Kingdom? It was a great match. I have not, unfortunately. Robin said, how about Volta wins the Rumble and then challenges Bron Breakker? That'd be cool. I mean, look, Bron Breakker versus Volta at WrestleMania. Be amazing. Have you seen the deals on Euroshop? They're doing 50% off all clearance items. So a t-shirt that's £5 is now $2.50 when you add it to the shopping cart. I haven't, to be honest. And do you know what? I haven't even been on my emails for a while. Normally they would send me stuff like that. And I've probably just missed it all. So, yeah, I'm probably a little bit behind on things. So that's cool. There we go. 50% off on Euroshop. I love those guys. They're really great to the channel. They really support the channel, and I love Euroshop, so I'll definitely be checking that out. I would love Rollins versus Kevin Owens for the WWE title at Mania, says Brian. Matthew said, what are you thinking top 10 returns will be? Oh, I don't think I could do top 10 because I'm not expecting that many. I think you'll get a couple in the men's and a couple in the women's, and honestly, it might even only be one. But I'm thinking there'll be a legend, someone like Rob Van Dam. I'm thinking Corey Graves, and that might do it, in all fairness, because I don't think, unless there's someone coming back, maybe Elias could be in there as well. But in all honesty, I don't think it's someone returning that's going to be the big talking point coming out of that Rumble. I think, if Brock loses the title to Bobby and then jumps into the Rumble when he's not meant to, and takes someone out, say R-Truth is number 30, Brock beats him up and enters as number 30, that will be the talking point. It won't be a return. So I think you'll still get something. They'll still put a legend in. So I'm thinking Rob Van Dam, and Corey Graves we know has been cleared. So and I think that you could get Brock entering the Rumble, and I think that'll be the big surprise. When it comes to the women's, I'm not expecting Paige, but I am thinking that you could get Asuka. Don't know where Bayley is with her return, or Lacey. So there's a few that can still come back that way. But I'm not expecting John Cena. I'm not expecting The Rock. I'm not expecting Stone Cold or Hulk Hogan or anything like this. I'm not expecting any of those. If we get any of those, amazing. But I'm not expecting any of those. I think the big story for the Men's Rumble will be potentially Brock entering and winning. And then I think, there'll just be some legends, couple of legends, like the Hurricane or Diesel, or I think Rob Van Dam's a good shout. It'll be something along those lines. There is rumor that they want to bring in, like, potentially a Forbidden Door kind of person, which I think would be someone that maybe got released by WWE in the past. So I'm thinking like maybe a Braun, but I don't know. I'm not sold on that, to be honest. So yeah, but not top 10. I wouldn't even expect 10 surprises. Delwyn, hello. Said, Days, I watched your podcast today. I've sent a video to you. The egg WWE. It's the best Christmas present ever. I've not opened the egg yet. It is so huge. Delwyn, shout out to you, bud. Everyone wanted to know what was inside it. I got loads of people asking me after. That was a couple of weeks ago, wasn't it? I had a couple of people asking me after, like, what was inside that egg. So, Delwyn, you'll have to open it and let us know. You'll have to film opening it and showing us what's inside. People want to know. People want to know. People demand to know. Liv and Zelina Stan said, Days, Lacey might be at the Rumble. Her and her family have got an RV to live in where she can work and be with her family. Interesting. I watched AEW Dynamite. Poor Jim Ross got a black eye. I saw that, yes. He didn't get it on Dynamite, though, did he? I didn't see that. I saw him, didn't he say he fell over on Twitter? So I did see he had a black eye. Jonathan says X-Pac returns. That's a really good shout. That's a really good shout because he's been cleared to compete as well, hasn't he? So, yeah, X-Pac. No, there you go. Rob Van Dam, X-Pac, Corey Graves, Elias. There's 4. Do you know what I mean? Like, there's not that many spots. By the time you actually get to the Rumble, there won't be that many spots left that we don't know. So I'm thinking it'll be something like that. And then number 30 is R-Truth. Brock beats him up. I'm just thinking if Brock does lose the title to Bobby, then I think he goes into the Rumble. If not, then what Rachel said earlier could be true. He jumps into the WrestleMania chamber and ends up winning that. Man United Hodge, hello, said, sorry I've not been here much. Big up to you, legend, number 5. Man United Hodge, shout out to you, pal. Hope you are well. It was nice, actually. We were back with the Premier League earlier over on the other channel. Last weekend was the FA Cup, but it's nice to have the Premier League back. And we are live tomorrow, an hour before Man City against Chelsea. We are live on Football Days. And I've said before, I'm quite happy to talk wrestling and whatever over there. There wasn't much really. I mean, there was a few people jumping in asking what you think about SmackDown tonight. But to be honest, there's not really much to think about with SmackDown. Like, it looks like a decent show. I'm not really too, giddy about it. I kind of think, Roman and Seth being face-to-face, I kind of expected after last week. Aaliyah against Natalya, I don't think that's going to get people's pulses racing. You've got Johnny Knoxville and Sammy. That could provide a bit of comedy. Apparently, Sammy is going to out-jackass Johnny Knoxville. And he's got a segment called In Zane. So I think he's going to do pranks and things, and it probably go wrong. So that could be quite fun. And then, what was the other one? Lita. Yeah, I don't know what she's going to say. Just announce herself for the Rumble, I think. Be really cool if someone came down and we get a Lita match next week. That would be great. Someone, some heel comes down and interrupts saying that she's an old woman, what you doing in the ring? And then they end up having a match next week. Just a little throwaway thing. That'd be all right. But it's hard to know what else you could do with Lita, to be honest, apart from, her just coming down, saying hello and saying that she's going to be in the Rumble. I'm always excited for SmackDown because of Roman. He brings so much excitement and is the only intriguing thing on WWE other than Brock's amazing face run. Cheese Whiz says football is awesome. Coach Co said, why did the photo go to jail? It was framed. Do you think Steph will be in the Women's Rumble? I don't think so. I would like her to be at some point. She is someone I've been waiting for a while now, for her to go in, because I thought she was going to. I don't think it was last year. I think it was the year before, because she actually was on commentary for the Women's Rumble. And I was like, they're going to have a stand up and enter. Like, it'll count down and it'll come up Steph and then she'll stand up. And I was like, yeah, she'll be in it. And then she wasn't. And I was like, oh. So it would be cool, but I don't know. I don't know if her in-ring career is kind of done and she's just kind of quietly stepped away now. I don't know. Maybe, I don't know. I don't know how much she cares. She's not Brandy. Do you know what I mean? I kind of feel like she's not really bothered about, like, matches. She's done it. I think she's done it. And now she's, like, behind the scenes and whatever. And I think she kind of enjoys that. So, I'd like her to be in it. She's a massive name. But, I don't know. I don't expect it this year. Jonathan said, if Roman or Brock loses the title, wouldn't it make them look weak? Depends how they lose it. If Brock loses it because the Usos come down and beat him up, then it is what it is. I don't mind, like, it happening. I can't see Seth beating Roman unless Brock interferes. You know, maybe Brock wants to mess with Roman. He kind of comes down and causes Roman to lose. I'm not a fan of that, to be honest. I really don't want Roman to be defeated because of outside interference. Like, we're all waiting to see who is going to be the one to beat Roman. It would kind of, like, in a little way, be a little bit as if, like, the streak ended by DQ. Do you know what I mean? Like, I don't want that. None of us want that. And I certainly don't want Roman losing to Seth that way. But I think you could definitely have Brock lose to Bobby. I think that's a very intriguing match anyway. Very close, what with them both being so big and former MMA fighters. That, yeah, you know, if you had the Usos come down, or Heyman. What if Heyman turned on Brock and this was the plan all along? Or, I don't know. It's a bit weird because Heyman just managed to get Brock the title. So Heyman costing Brock the title he helped him get probably wouldn't make sense. But no, I think you could get that belt off Brock without making him look weak. But yeah, it would have to be the Usos. It's probably the only way I can think. Elliot said, I think we have Brock lose the title. He then wins the Rumble to face Roman. Then we have a number one contender chamber match. I think Edge wins that. And then we get Lashley Edge as the night one main event. Funk Bros fan says, Days 3 more days from Roman to beat the records. What records? What record? I haven't heard of a record that he's beaten. Does he become the longest reigning Universal Champion in 3 days? Like ever? That's what I'm thinking. Well, I can see him doing it. Jordan said, you should check out my universe mode on 2K20. We have rumours of Finn Balor winning the Rumble facing Reigns at WrestleMania. What are your thoughts? What, on Finn Balor winning the Rumble to face Roman at Mania? No, done. We've seen it already. I mean, the Demon had its chance and it lost because the top rope broke. I mean, I just think that was such a mistake. Maybe if it was just normal Finn, you know, if that was just Finn Balor and the top rope broke, and then, like, we could at least sit here going, yeah, but if that was the Demon, he would have won. But you can't say that now. I mean, they just killed Finn Balor, didn't they? And with that, I don't know. I don't know why they did that. I kind of feel like they could have really protected the Demon instead of just what they did. What do you think of Elimination Chamber being in Saudi Arabia? I like it. Yeah, I'm down for it. I think the Saudi shows can be a bit hit and miss. Normally they miss more than they hit. So putting something like the Elimination Chamber over there, which I wasn't expecting to see, and it having actual consequence for WrestleMania. So, you know, it matters. And it's got an actual consequence for WrestleMania. I don't mind that. Plus, it's not its own pay-per-view. Well, it might be, but it's over in Saudi Arabia, so at least it's fresh. At least it's interesting. Yeah, I don't mind it. I'm down for it. But said, it's pretty sad when Brock is your number one attraction. The guy can't talk on the microphone. McAvoy said, who's your favorite wrestler of all time? It used to be Undertaker. But I think that is slowly changing, to be honest. I mean, I love Shawn Michaels. I do love Shawn Michaels. But it's always been those two. But I think I'm leaning more to Shawn. And yeah, I think I'm leaning more to Shawn. But it's very, very close. It's very, very close between those two. But I love that kind of era of like Bret Hart, Undertaker, Shawn Michaels. I suppose in a way it's like pre-Attitude. Kind of really like that era before, like, you know, it all kicks off and goes a bit silly for me, a bit wacky. I love the top of the card, but Attitude Era never... I had as many frustrations with it as I did, like, loving it. I know that's not the cool thing to say, but I was here for it. I watched it. And I can understand why people look back on it and go crazy about it, because, I mean, it was red hot. It was absolutely, like, people were lapping it up, but a lot of that was being driven by The Rock and Stone Cold and McMahon, and, you know, the top of the card was as good as it has ever been. Top of the card is what carried it. In a way, it's a little bit like SmackDown now. Do you know what I mean? Like, top of the card carries SmackDown. Roman carries SmackDown. And then you've got, like, all this, like, wackiness underneath. Only it's just nowhere near as extreme or anything. It's like a PG Attitude Era SmackDown. Very top-heavy. And just a little bit of room for the women. But not much. Darwin said, what are your thoughts on MJF wanting to join WWE? He keeps talking about it on Twitter. It's been 2 years since he signed to AEW. I don't think he does. I don't think he does want to join WWE. I think what he wants is he wants the buzz. I think he just wants to play people on Twitter. You know, if you... what is the most heelish thing that an AEW superstar could say? It's probably that they want to go to WWE. It's probably that WWE is better. You know, if you was in AEW and you were like praising Vince, praising WWE, and just like, you know, that has got to be one of the biggest heel things that you could do as an AEW superstar. So I don't believe that he wants to go to WWE at all. I think he's just heeling it up. And I think he's playing the AEW fans. And I think when it comes to his next contract, it's not the worst idea, is it, to go to Tony Khan, making out that you are tempted. You know, show Tony Khan, like, if you could get WWE's interest, which apparently he has got, and you can get them to make an offer, you can then go to Tony, show him that offer, and kind of force Tony to give you a bigger offer. So it's kind of win-win-win-win-win, isn't it? It's wins all round. Delmar said, what happened to Xia Li? She made her debut on December 10th and hasn't been seen since. Do you think they've got nothing for her? Yeah, I don't think they've got anything for her, although it's a really good point. I don't know where she's gone. Again, I worry if I've not seen them for a while, because there's a chance they've been released. But, no, I mean, she is still under contract. I haven't seen her be announced as being released. But, yeah, it's a very good point. I don't know. I don't know where Xia Li's gone. Maybe the Bella only agreed to be in the Rumble if Daniel gets to be in the Men's Rumble. Maybe the Bellas only agreed to be in the Rumble if Daniel agrees to be in the Men's Rumble, says Jim. Can you think of a worse wrestler than Goldberg? Yes, Eva Marie. SP Studios said Lita is returning tonight. She is, yep. I think Roman is going to appear at the opening of SmackDown, says Zazik. Christopher Rogers, shout out to you. Hope you're well, buddy. Good to see you again. Jason said WWE seems to be more interested in Wardlow than MJF right now. That's true, Jason. Yeah, I've seen a lot of talk about them interested in Wardlow, and I can understand that, to be honest, because He's obviously a big guy, kind of really fits into Vince's MO. You know, he loves those bigger guys. So, yeah, I mean, it makes perfect sense. I can totally understand as to why Vince would have his attention turned towards Wardlow. And I think that, you know, the way that he's now destroying people in matches, and we're getting a bit more, like, chance to see how he can work. Because before, he was just kind of the bodyguard on the outside. But certainly in, like, recent months, he's been very active in ring. And obviously getting those squash matches. You can't tell loads, but you can tell enough that he knows how to present himself. He knows how to carry himself. He knows how to be a killer, if you will. So, yeah, I can totally see why WWE are interested. Rachel says, I think if Brock will win the Rumble and Chamber if he loses against Bibby at the Royal Rumble. Daniel said, do you believe MJF would be better off in AEW than WWE? And if so, why? Depends what you mean by better off. What do you mean by better off? Will he make more money in WWE? I think so. Will he... I mean, I don't know. I don't know what you mean by better off. I'm trying to think what other angle better off would mean. I mean, will he be given scripted promos? He might be given some scripted promo, but I think Vince would probably allow him to talk and have a bit of freedom, because I think he gives that freedom to The Miz. And I think that if they're interested in MJF, it must be because they've seen him talk. So I think that, you know, I feel like Roman's given a bit of freedom. I feel like Heyman obviously is given freedom. Brock. There's a lot that I think are scripted. Mostly all the other promos are scripted, but I think there's a few people that are given some more freedom. Maybe they don't get to go out there and do whatever they want. I should imagine there's guidelines and they're spoken to about, right, we need to get from point A to point B. But I'd imagine MJF would be given that as well. He'd be brought in primarily for his talking. And I would imagine that he'd be given freedom there. So, I don't know how he would be better off in AEW. Because I don't think someone like MJF, who's such a good talker, I don't think he would sit in catering. I don't think they'd put him in catering. I don't think he would go after the 24/7 title. I could see him talking, and I could see him being The Miz. He's another Miz. So look at The Miz. And if you think what The Miz does is cringe or whatever, then I think that's what they would have MJF do. I think MJF is a modern Miz. I mean, MJF, his matches are fine. I think he has had a couple of really good matches, but by and large, whenever I see him wrestle, it's always just passable. His promos are what does it. His look isn't that exceptional. His look's not that exceptional. He's got a face that you want to punch. I'll give him that. His physique isn't too bad. It's not like he's out of shape. But, I mean, they would have him do, like, Miz TV, MJF TV. I'm sure it would just be along those lines. I just really think. He wouldn't be going after titles. He might get one run with the belt like The Miz has, but he hasn't got the look. He's not big enough for Vince. So, better off. I mean, is better off like loads of championships? Because if he wants them, he might as well stay in AEW. But is that the be-all and end-all? Is that, I don't know, like Payday, I would imagine WWE. Exposure, WWE. So, I don't know. He'd have to make his own mind up, wouldn't he? Meltzer said the only reason WWE is having the chamber in Saudi Arabia is because Auschwitz has COVID restrictions. WTF, he's completely lost the plot, says James. Ben said, Days, I tagged you in a tweet and Johnny liked it. I'm freaking out. Very cool. Days, why doesn't SmackDown use their women? Why doesn't SmackDown use their women? Well, I mean, I would say that WWE in general are just not very good at secondary women's feuds. I think they tend to use their women for the title. And then you've got the women's tag titles. Even they don't get used every week. But really, outside of that, there's not much in the way of a secondary feud. There is at the moment with Sonya and Naomi. So you could point to that, but in a way, like, Sonya's like an authority figure. There's just not, I don't know. I mean, I suppose they have to balance the tag teams. They're way more invested in the men. You've obviously got the mid-card men's belt. You don't have a mid-card women's. You've got the men's tag. You've got, obviously, Roman, who dominates the show anyway. Like, once you factored in the tag belt, the mid-card belt, Roman, who takes up pretty much the first 15 minutes, maybe half an hour if it goes straight into an Usos match. In fairness, he tends to take up the main event as well. So I just think there's not loads of room. There's not much space on there for like loads of women stories, which is a real shame because I love women's wrestling. I mean, I wish there was more women's wrestling. So it's just a balancing act. I mean, they could rotate it better. You know, there could be weeks where we do get more women's stuff than guys, or, you know, we don't have to just kind of stick to it. Feels like the same format most weeks, in all fairness. It feels like they've got a template of what they want SmackDown to be like, and we just get that each week. That's kind of how it feels. So I think it's, you know, somewhat along those lines. Days 1 Royal Rumble position wasted is Madcap Moss. That could be a game changer, says Zane. Moldy said, I always thought Vince would simp over Brian Cage, a jacked dude doing backflips who is decent on the mic. Omer says, I hear Sid Vicious will be in the Rumble. Chill with Jamar said, I think Alexa is winning the Rumble because of all the therapy and hype that she's getting. What is your opinion on a Jon Moxley Rumble return? I give it a 0% chance. 0% chance on a Jon Moxley Rumble return. Days, guess who's going to be at SmackDown tonight ahead of the Women's Rumble? Lita. WWE Spiteful said, I agree. They should drop the women's tag titles, get a mid-card championship. That would work. That would be interesting, wouldn't it? The only thing I would say is that the women's tag titles gets 4 women on TV, whereas a women's mid-card title would only get 2. And I honestly think that might have been why they did it, because I think they know that they don't have much room for a secondary women's feud, for a secondary women's angle. So if we are going to do one, let's have it be a tag team where we can use 4 women. And that's why you just get loads of women's teams where it's just women shoved together. Nikki and Rhea Ripley, Nia Jax and Shayna Baszler, Dana Brooke and Mandy Rose. Like, there's a reason why these women are just shoved into tag teams, because it's literally just to get them on TV and give them something to do. And I think that's why we're not getting... maybe the quality of the show would improve, but it would also maybe upset a few backstage because less opportunities for women to get on screen. And I think that's why they went with those tag titles. There was a few dream matches I would have loved to have seen, but they would never happen. Brett versus Angle, Rock, HBK, Austin Goldberg, Taker, Sting. What was your dream match? Mine was Undertaker, Sting. Undertaker, Sting was mine, and I wanted that. When Sting came back, I really thought we were getting it. And actually, we could have had it at WrestleMania 31. There really wouldn't have been much to have stopped them booking it there. I understand why they did Sting Triple H. I understand. But on reflection, I definitely wish we hadn't have got that match because Sting lost, and I just don't understand why. And, well, I do, but it's a long story. And we could have got Undertaker Sting. And I always wanted that match. And I know they said that it would have underwhelmed because, you know, they were both old guys at that point, but I think there was another opportunity to do it when we got to the cinematic matches. Once we got to like the cinematic matches, there was another opportunity for us to revisit it, but yeah, I don't know. It just was never meant to be, was it? I suppose. Wrestle with Andy said, Days, just back from the cinema, seeing Scream. I would recommend it to everyone. I loved it. Hey, do you know what I had tonight? I had that Halo top ice cream that you recommended, and it was amazing. Really loved it. Really loved. I had the birthday cake one. Well, we bought a few flavors, but I tried the birthday cake one. We've got cookie dough as well. Well, is it cookie dough? It's cookie summer, and it's amazing. Yeah, really nice. It's ice cream that is low fat. It's like low calorie, low fat, and thought I'd try it because Wrestle with Andy was shouting about it, and it's really, really creamy, really nice. It was brilliant. So I had that. My voice, for some reason, is a bit weak at the moment, and I don't know why. I don't have a cold or anything. I just don't feel like I've got much power in my voice. And I haven't got COVID or anything like this. I don't know. But I thought, well, I'll have some, maybe have some ice cream, try it, see if that helps. And it didn't, but it was lovely. So Michael said, sorry that I always ask for shout-outs. No worries, dude. Harley said, Days, here are all the injuries. Woods is out for 4 to 6 weeks. Sasha is out to 5 to 7 weeks. Nakamura is unknown. He picked up an injury in December, so he should be okay soon. Drew is unknown. If he needs surgery, then Mania would be in question. Henry said, what is your favourite cinematic match of all time? I don't know if it counts, but it's probably going to be Stone Cold and Booker T in the supermarket. Like, that was a fight that they had in the supermarket that is from, like, way back in the day. You're going back to the early 2000s, and, this idea that, like, cinematic matches are, like, a new thing. In a way, they are. In a way, certainly during the COVID, we had more of them. But, go back to, like, the broken Matt Hardy stuff. Final deletion, ultimate deletion, all those kind of things. Like, that was pre-COVID. And they were cinematic matches. The Hollywood Backlot Brawl at WrestleMania 12 between Roddy Piper and Goldust. That was filmed weeks before WrestleMania and was shown at WrestleMania. But another one would be the Stone Cold and Booker T in a supermarket one. For me, that was always what I was hoping we would get, would be, two fighters fighting in a location like that. And, the Boneyard is, I don't even know where the Boneyard was. It was just some kind of shed. I don't know what it was. Some kind of, barn. They fought in a dusty barn. And then you've got, like, the swamp fight, which is by a swamp. You've got, I suppose the Money in the Bank one was quite fun at the headquarters. That was kind of fun. That had some nice moments. Had some awful moments as well, though. Stupid, that guy that looked like Doink, who wasn't Doink. That was stupid. And there was a few moments in there that were a bit stupid. But I did enjoy that one. I did enjoy the Money in the Bank one. But as I said, there was a couple of moments that were just a little bit off. But, I'd have to say the Stone Cold Supermarket one, I thought it was brilliant. I was thinking about a men's tag team Royal Rumble with past and current tag teams, says Chill with Jamar. Could be fun. I just don't know. I mean, I suppose it'd be good if they both come down at the same time. I'm not really interested in, like, them coming down individually. Here's Knobs from the Nasty Boys. Here's Bushwhacker Luke. Like, you could bring down the Bushwhackers. You could bring back the Nasty Boys. Maybe, I don't know. I mean, I don't know. I like it. It's just, I just wouldn't want 3 Royal Rumbles, to be honest. I suppose you could do it. Maybe you could do it on an episode of Raw or SmackDown to kind of get people excited for the Royal Rumble. Do you know what I mean? It's like, it could become tradition that on the final Raw, there's always the tag team, the final hour or the middle hour or whatever is always the tag team Royal Rumble. That could be kind of fun, wouldn't it? I mean, yeah, if you used to do it something like that, I'd be down for it. It always happens on the Go Home Raw tag team Royal Rumble. could be down for that. But I wouldn't do it at the actual show. We don't need 3 Royal Rumbles. Days, great news. You're going to hit 250 tomorrow, according to statistics. I don't think I will. We're still a good couple of hundred away, unfortunately. If you are watching and you're not subscribed, hit the subscribe, because we are getting closer to a quarter of a million, but we are still a good couple of hundred, I think it is. So I think it was because there was no UFC at the weekend, and last weekend was a bit quiet. So it was kind of chugging along, and then last weekend it got a little bit slow because there was no UFC, there was no pay-per-views, there was not really that much happening. There was Battle of the Belts, which was only on for an hour. So yeah, that kind of derailed us a little bit. And then I wasn't around the other day, but I mean, we'll get there. But yeah, if you are watching and you haven't hit subscribe, hit that subscribe, because we are getting closer to a 250,000. Days, AEW did 989 on their second week on TBS. WrestleNomics said the first quarter with Cole and Britt did 1.1. The main event did 880. What are your thoughts? My thoughts are that it's just not really moving, is it? I mean, it's just around 1 million, maybe just a little bit above 1 million. It's probably still going through a little bump at the moment because of it being just, first week, second week on TBS. By the time we're into week 7, 8, 9, I'd imagine it will have settled down again. It seems like those numbers are going to be quite similar to where we were. I think we might have gained like 100,000 more. We might have. I mean, I feel like it was settling about 850 before, whereas now you're telling me it's, 989? But again, probably part of that extra 100,000 is going to be the fact it was just only the second week on TBS. So I just think that until they get to a big network, this seems to be where the number is. Either they get to a big network or they really catch fire, and it seems really difficult as to see how they're going to really catch fire. It's probably more likely that they, continue to post these sort of numbers. A big network will come in. If the demo is, catching people's eyes the way that, we're being told, then maybe a bigger network, ESPN, whoever, comes in, takes them, and maybe then they can start getting some, bigger ratings. Right now, I think I'm right in saying their biggest rating is still 1.4, which was the debut of Dynamite. So I don't know that it's concerning, but I think what it does do, if I'm Tony Khan, is it makes me think twice about just constantly bringing in people. Because if you've brought in CM Punk, Daniel Bryan, Adam Cole, do you know what I mean? You've brought in like some big names, and you're still just getting around this ballpark. Kind of suggests to me that you're really just hitting your limit, and like, I don't know what it's going to take to go past that. I mean, it just seems to be a case that they're around 1 million, doesn't it? 850 to 1 million for AEW, whereas Raw seems to be about 1.5 to 1.8, and SmackDown seems to be 2.1 to 2.3. So, AEW, I think they'll be fine with it. I think that they're just going to focus on the demo. They're going to focus on, keep telling their stories, keep picking up talent. They're just growing. The show is stronger than it was. The segments are better than they were. They're just continuing to grow, continuing to move forward, continuing to, we still haven't had the video game out yet. We've got good, figures, supplier figures coming through, action figures. They're just constantly, we've only just had the cards upper deck have just started with the cards. So we've got that up and running now with like sign cards. You can buy packs of cards, boxes of cards of AEW. So, they're getting all these deals in place. They're building up the foundations. I think as soon as they can, they probably want to go on tour to like the UK, because they've still never done a show here. They've never come to the UK and done a show. I don't even know if they've been to Canada. But like going to Canada, I'd imagine is something they want to do. Going to the UK, I'd imagine it's something they want to do. Like go into some of these key markets. Getting around America, I should imagine the states that they haven't been to in America yet. So yeah, I think it's still early in their lifespan. It's still very, very early. The numbers are holding firm. I think it's fine. I think they need a bigger network. If they're not going to get a bigger network anytime soon, then they just got to keep trying stuff. Do you know what I mean? You've just got to keep trying stuff and see what catches fire and hope that something really catches fire. But that's easier said than done, to be honest. If people knew what people wanted and what was going to catch fire, then everyone would do it. Do you know what I mean? Impact would do it. WWE would do it. Everyone's looking and constantly searching for that thing that's going to really resonate. So it's easier said than done. WWE Rules said, Days, why isn't a wrestling mainstream conversation anymore? Why don't you think the Attitude Era is cool? Everyone loves it. Do you hate the Attitude Era? Well, I don't hate the Attitude Era. First of all, not everyone loves it. I strongly disagree with that. I would say that it's probably the most popular era, and it's probably the one that if you did a poll, it would win in a poll, but it ain't winning that poll 100%. You know, there's a lot of love for the 80s and Hogan and Ultimate Warrior and Macho Man. There's a lot of love for that kind of golden era, like late 80s going into early 90s. There's a lot of love for Ruthless Aggression as well, so I kind of feel that the Attitude Era, do I completely hate the Attitude Era? I don't completely hate it because the top of the card was arguably the best it's ever been. I just think, though, that it's overrated. It's overrated. There's a lot of looking back with rose-tinted glasses. There's a lot of really bad segments like Katie Vick and Bossman feeding Al Snow's dog to him. And just like loads of stuff, like loads of bits that's like Val Venus. And I was never into all of that. I think a large part of that kind of like pee-pee, poo-poo humor, kiss my ass club, like it's quite crass. And it wasn't necessarily my humor. I mean, what it was event television. That's what it was. So you could tune into it and you felt like, what are they going to do this week? Like anything could happen. I definitely think that was good. But in hindsight, you can look back at what they did and large parts of it were just rubbish, immature and just car crash TV. It was just of its time. It was like Jerry Springer. It was like South Park. It was all that kind of era, you know, and I kind of think that the top of the card was great. I'm a fan of women's wrestling, and that was just awful. I mean, look at women's wrestling. It's just awful. I mean, where was it? It was just bra and panty matches. Like, that's not an era that is going to grab my attention fully. It's not an era that I'm going to appreciate when, like, I love women's wrestling. I love watching Serena Deeb at the moment, and Zoe Stark and Asuka, and you know, so many great women. Bailey, look how many fans Sasha's got, Alexa's got. Like, women's wrestling's on fire at the moment. There was none during the Attitude Era. It was just like China was around, I suppose, but you know, even she wasn't like being presented kind of as she would have been now. And I, like everyone else, China was probably the one that was booked the best. So I just think there's lots about the Attitude Era that I wish they would have done differently. I don't hate it, but I don't sit down and watch it. I don't go back and watch those documentaries about the Attitude Era because there's a lot about it that I find frustrating. Look at the WrestleManias. Look at the WrestleManias. WrestleMania 15, WrestleMania 16. These are prime Attitude Era. So if the Attitude Era was that good, wouldn't they be? Surely those are the best shows. WrestleMania is the biggest show. I think we can all agree WrestleMania is the big show that WWE do. So how come WrestleMania 15 and WrestleMania 16 are so garbage? Like, how come those WrestleManias are trash? There's so many tag matches, and it's just overbooked. Everything's overbooked. Everything's cluttered. Do you know what I mean? It's just I don't know. It just doesn't grab me. Just doesn't grab me at all. And why isn't wrestling in the conversation anymore? I don't think it's in the conversation anymore because I think that it's moved away from where the conversation is. It needs to be where the conversations are, and it's really hard to know where that is. I mean, in the late 90s, you could look at TV and you could see that there was Jerry Springer, there was Cops, Police Camera Action, there was South Park, there was all these kinds of shows like The Simpsons, and you had that kind of car crash television, shock TV, Howard Stern, like all of that kind of stuff was at its absolute zenith, was at its peak. And so it was quite easy for WWE to position itself there, where now that we've got streaming and there's so much for everyone, like back in the day, you could kind of dictate what people watched because there was only so many channels, and it was a lot easier to kind of, do you know what I mean, get stuff out there that dictate what people were watching. Whereas now, I mean, if you're into like ponies, you can get lost in a world of ponies. If you're into like airplanes, you can just get lost in that world. If you're into flipping collecting Beanie Babies, you can get lost in that world. Like the internet now means that you can be into anything and everything, and you can just go off in your own little fandoms. It feels like we're all so spread out right now. We're not as focused as we used to be in the 90s. Felt to me that in the 90s, like, everyone in the UK would be watching the same shows. Do you know what I mean? You'd watch the same things. People would have the same conversation. Did you watch such and such last night? Like, I feel like that's going, and maybe it still exists for the massive shows like Walking Dead, Game of Thrones, but maybe Squid Game. But even Squid Game, people were watching at different times because of Netflix and the way that we actually consume content now. Back in the day, like, there was no streaming. You used to have to watch the same shows at the same time as everyone else. Whereas now, catch-up TV, Netflix, Disney Plus, like, it's so varied, it's so wide, and everyone can just be into their own little niches, and it's fine because there'll be other people into them, and there's a little part of the internet that exists just for you. Well, there was none of this back in the Attitude Era. There was none of that back in the day. And so it's really difficult now, I think, for anyone to kind of grab the wider attention. I think it's very, very difficult to grab people's attention. You kind of really need something like a Squid Game, like a Tiger King, something that, is gonna do that, that's gonna be quite appeals to all. Do you know what I mean? Like, how do you make wrestling appeal to all? And then which WWE is trying to do. And then if you do that, how do you get it in front of people's eyes? How do you get people to watch it? Like, the only way you could do it is if there was you did something on the show that got people talking. You see, this is why I think they did the supernatural stuff with The Fiend, because I think, look at what's happening at the moment with Marvel and how much people love superheroes. And there seems to be more of an acceptance now for supernatural stuff and superhero stuff. And, is it a surprise that you've got Nikki ASH? Is it a surprise that you had The Fiend? Is it a surprise that we've got flipping Boa down in NXT, and we've got, do you know what I mean? Like, these kinds of things happening, Matt Hardy teleporting all over the place. Because, like, maybe they're looking at, like, Marvel and the success of Marvel, and they're thinking, well, maybe if we could be the real life superheroes, maybe if we could try and capture some of that Marvel market. Because that's one of the big things right now, isn't it? I mean, Marvel. People love Marvel. So, you know, maybe I can't imagine that hasn't come up. I can't imagine that hasn't come up in conversation. If you was positioning to where people are watching now and what people are watching and what the mainstream are into, where would you position? What would you do? I mean, they've tried bringing in Bad Bunny. They've tried doing that. They tried to get Cardi B for SummerSlam. We've had Migos for day one. You know, we've had Logan Paul at last year's WrestleMania. Like, they are trying. You'd be foolish to think they weren't. They are trying. I genuinely think they looked at The Fiend as being a way of, can we get closer to Marvel? I think they've looked at bringing in celebrities. I think, you know, they are trying different things. Some of it might have, you know, moved the dial a little bit, might have worked, might have resonated, but nothing has captured the wide attention. I don't think anything since the Attitude Era managed to do that. And I just think a large part of it was to do with the age that, you know, we were in at that time. People's interests weren't able to be as wide as what they can be now. I'm pretty sure we could all go and watch different flipping streaming services if we want to. There's that many out there. So many different streaming services. We could all watch a different one, let alone a different show. We could easily watch different shows tonight. If we all decided to watch a different show tonight, we could. No way was you doing that in the 90s. Not unless you had, like, you were reaching for your VHS collection. So I just think, I feel like it's a different time. And I don't know if wrestling's ever going to get back there, to be honest. Not unless there's something that really captures attention. And I don't know what that would be. Because even if you got a celebrity to do a match, we've seen Bad Bunny do a match, most people will just look at it and go, oh, they're doing that, and move on. Do you know what I mean? It ain't going to resonate. They even had Tyson Fury come and do something, didn't they, at Saudi Arabia? So, and that didn't really do anything either, so. Sam said, Days, I have had shingles for 7.5 days now. Have you? Have you really? Oh, mate, I'm so sorry to hear that. I actually managed to avoid it. I don't know how. I don't know how. Apparently, you can get it from, like, someone that's got chicken pox. And at that Christmas party thing when we had the family over, turns out one of my cousin's kids had it. And I was with her all the time because she was down here. I've got, like, a VR headset thing. She was playing on the computer, and she was just constantly around, just asking, like, questions and asking me to help her set up the computer and whatever. And I thought I was getting shingles. 100%. I thought I was getting shingles, and I didn't. No, I don't know. So I real feel for you. I really do. McAvoy said, I agree. It's true the internet took over a lot more. TV programs and movies. We used to watch the same thing over and over back in the day. Yeah, it's difficult, isn't it? Because I'm sure I'm a big believer that there must be something, you know, there must be a way of wrestling coming back. I don't believe that it's impossible. I believe it's unlikely, but I don't believe it's impossible. I just honestly don't know what it is. I don't know how you get wrestling in front of... It would have to be a thing that trended like Squid Game, where everyone was like, you need to watch this. How do you do that? How do you get people that don't even watch wrestling, casuals, to tell their friends, you need to watch this? Like, it must be something... I don't know. It's not, and it's not even streaming as well. I mean, like, how many people just spend their evenings on TikTok? Do you know what I mean? Like, it's not even streaming services now. It's just flipping TikTok or YouTube. Or how do you break through all of that? How do you stop people playing Fortnite and watch your show instead? Don't know. Don't have the answer. But then I don't feel bad about that because I don't know that too many people do. There's probably someone out there probably does have a good answer as to how you could get wrestling back again and get it in front of as many eyes as possible. But I don't know. What about a celebrity Royal Rumble? Every entrant is a celebrity. Big names as well. Brad Pitt. People like, oh, I don't know if Brad Pitt's allowed. Kim Kardashian. Let's just go for the people with the biggest Twitter accounts, and we'll just do a celebrity championship, and a celebrity battle royal. I'd be very interested to see what kind of impact that had. What if you just like got people off like certain TV shows, so that they would then like have to talk about it, because they'd be like, "What did you do on Saturday?" Well, I think you know what I did on Saturday. Roll the clip. Like maybe you have someone from The Voice. Is it The Voice? Not The Voice. What's that one that Whoopi Goldberg's on? And Ellen. And these kinds of people. Put them in a celebrity Royal Rumble, and then get them to talk about it on their shows. But everyone talks about it on their show. Get someone from Good Morning America. I mean, that wouldn't help long term, but I'd just be really interested to see what the impact would be if, like, you've got Ellen talking about it, and you've got Good Morning America talking about it, you've got all these shows talking about it. That would be quite interesting. Right, we've got a recap. We are up and running, by the way. The View. That's it, The View. We don't have it here, but I am aware of it. Well, I say we don't have it. It might be buried away on, like, ITV4 or something. But we have our own called Loose Women. And that's got, like, 4 women sitting around just doing the same thing, I think. Brock is going to smash Roman. Did you have chickenpox as a kid? If you did, you most likely to get shingles. I did. Yeah, I did have it as a kid. That's what was freaking me out. WWE buys UFC and do late night extreme shows or vice versa. UFC could do family friendly with WWE. I don't think they couldn't afford UFC. UFC sold for $4 billion. I think it's worth even more than that now. I don't think WWE couldn't afford them. Maybe UFC could buy WWE. Here's Seth giggling away. Thoughts on the Firefly Funhouse match? The one from WrestleMania? At the time, I didn't know what it was. I mean, it was kind of my reaction was the same as Titus's straight after it. Looking back now, I think it was rubbish. Because it just didn't count for anything, did it? What was it? It was just a load of rubbish. It was just time filler. I mean, I wanted like Cena to come back as a heel and there to be some kind of repercussion or for it to have had some kind of impact. Just didn't do anything, did it? And Cena didn't even acknowledge it when he came back because by that point, Bray had gone. I mean, who knows? Maybe it would have been better if Bray had still been around when Cena came back. Maybe they would have teased that Cena was a heel or, you know, it would have had something. But I think the fact that we don't know where it played out. We don't know what it was about. We don't know who won or lost or it's just rubbish. Right. Usos. I don't know what we've got here. Down since day 1-ish. Are they taking on the New Day again? Okay, so we are live with Smackdown. I think we can move away from how do we make wrestling as popular as it was during the Attitude Era. It's a good conversation, though. I enjoyed the conversation. We're going to have a look now at The Usos that are starting us off. Are they going to introduce Roman? Okay, so Usos have got their tag team championships. Taking their time. Boos. Boos for the use. That's sweet. Last week we went to war with the New Day. What's he saying? Yeet. We let everyone know who runs this show. Do you know, I feel so sorry for the Usos because since they've been with Roman, they feel a bit like jobbers. Like, they did win last week, and they are the current tag champs, but God, I've seen them lose so many times over the past, 12 months. I hope they go on like a bit of a win streak. It's a weird way to start the show, isn't it? Management is lining them up. Fatal 4-way tag match. Okay. They normally lose singles matches, says Harley. Yeah, just feel like jobbers to me. They're just like henchmen. They're just like J&J security. But it's not, I suppose in a way, it's nice to see them get like this promo time. Stand on their own 2 feet. They're introducing the 4 teams that are going to be competing to become the new number 1 contenders. So, Los Lotharios. Cesaro and Mansoor. He's just never going to become WWE or Universal Champ, is he? Cesaro. Like, they just, literally at this point, they're just trying to find partners for him. Jinder and Shanky. Jesus, this tag division. Jinder and Shanky making their way down. Who else is there? Here we go. Oh, Viking Raiders. I'm guessing they're going to win then. I'm guessing it'll be Viking Raiders. Viking Raiders Usos. I don't mind that as a feud, actually. That could be quite fun, couldn't it? Jennifer said, I like it better when Roman opens. I'm behind Mansoor, says Miss Clown 1. Sam said, I'm going to have to mute the Usos. I can feel my headache coming back. To be fair, Cesaro had a chance at Universal, and you could tell he wasn't ready. His promos were awful. Time to raid, guys. Time to raid. Okay, a couple of super kicks by Jimmy and Jay, and this match has started. There's a microphone that's still in the ring. And we go to commercial break. The Usos are boring as heels. Jason said if Cesaro and Mansoor win this, then there's a good chance they could win at Saudi. That's true. Shola said, to be fair, Roman can't open every show, but we do need Roman. William said, I want a feud with my neighbour, but I would have to drive 30 miles to get within shouting distance. Forgot about the Viking Raiders. I did. Lone Star Friend said, no ref. Lol. Was there a bell? I don't even know if there was a bell. Alex said, what would you rate those top superstar cards? Good collection they are. Got a signature of Kofi from a box. Also tops last collection for good. Wow, is it? What do I rate them? I like them, but I must admit, I think I liked them because they weren't slam attacks. Inside WWE Kids magazine. Oh, I did a video earlier for WWE Kids magazine. It's good, but I recorded it after, I think, was it AEW? I think AEW finished, and I was really feeling it. But I was like, oh, I've got this meal tomorrow, so I need to have a look at Kids magazine. So I recorded it. And, yeah, I would have, if I had more time, I would have done it a bit different, I think. I only had one take to do it, basically. But I was watching it, I was like, oh, man. No, I wish I could have done this, and I wish I could have done that, and I could have had some fun with that, and we could have, you know, I was editing it earlier. I was like, man, there's so much stuff I would change if I could do it different, but I had one chance to do it, so I needed to get it done, and then I needed to go to bed. So, anyway, cut a long story short, I like them because they're not slam attack cards, and I don't mind slam attack cards, but I've never collected slam attack cards. And slam attacks are the ones where you get a picture of the superstar and then it's got like the stats, which, you know, if you play with friends or something, I'm sure is really cool. But I've always been more of a collector. So to me, when I've never seen them superstar cards before, when I actually opened them and I pulled them out and it didn't have the stats on, I was like, oh, these are cool. So I mean, like, everything I say in the video is legit. I genuinely think they're better than the slam attacks, and it was kind of interesting, and some of them were kind of quite sharp, but I don't know, they're not my favourite. I kind of think that they're a bit, it's just like the superstar on like a coloured background. I kind of think they're nicer when it's, I don't know, just like a cooler image, like from a match, or with the crowd in the background, or like maybe they could have done like a bit of a blurry background of a crowd and put the superstar on, or I don't know, like I'm sure you could have done something. So they're better than slam attacks. I was quite excited when I opened them because I didn't know what they were, but they're not my favourite cards. They're not my favourite ones. But I will look to get some more because I only saw like 5, so I would like to have a look and see what the others look like. But that's interesting. If they're the last cards, then that's interesting that Topps are going to do. Who takes over, Alex? Who takes over? Is it Panini? Is it Panini? Panini's in my head for some reason. Not the best opening to SmackDown. Viking Raiders have got this, says Zoom Station. Were the Viking Raiders once named the War Raiders? Yes. Slammer Tap's Crone have gone. I haven't checked in some time, but WWE section on Topps is pretty much now non-existent. Do you play WWE games? I remember Warzone and Attitude on the PS1. I don't. I buy them and then I never play them. So, to be honest, I probably won't even get 2K22. Not because I, don't care, but just because I just never get a chance to play them. So there's no point me getting it. Because what will happen is I'll order it. It'll come. I'll have a few ideas about doing some videos. I'll never get them videos actually recorded. I've still got on my Switch, right? Upstairs I've got a Switch. I still have Battlegrounds, that I downloaded that has not been played once. I've downloaded it and I've never even started the game up. Never even got to that point. That's crazy, isn't it? So I'm going to stop now. Unless there's going to be like an amazing special edition that's got like loads of amazing autographs or something and, you know, loads of like really cool items, I probably will just stay away from it. Viking Ragers are actually really good. DFDD said the bloodline sucks. Do you think Corey Graves will return at the Rumble? I think so. Blaze Radio said Fanatics purchase tops. Fanatics, I've never heard of them. They will be called Space Raiders soon. I think the Usos will hold tag titles as long as Roman holds his Universal Championship. Either Lotharios or Raiders. Raiders came back last week, so likely it will be them. Tops went to Fnatic. I've never heard of Fnatic. I've never heard of them. I'm excited, though. I'm looking forward to them first Fnatic cards. See what they look like. WWE signed with Panini and Fanatics purchased tops recently as well. Oh, so it will be, well, whoever the first cards are, I'm looking forward to those. Legend Killer, hello. Days WWE Smackdown Raw was fun. Back in the day, me and my mates would bring their own controller. Yeah. So the last game I think I properly played was SmackDown versus Raw versus ECW, maybe. I don't know if it had ECW. I think it did, actually. 2008. 2008 was the last wrestling game that I gave proper time to. And I flipping loved it. I loved it. It was so good. It had that kind of GM mode where you could book your own shows. Great roster. Yeah, I mean, I even had the guidebook that showed you how to perform like all the different moves. Big suplex to Ivar. Is that going to take us to commercial break? Commercial break. Mitchell said, I'm with Pat. How many of these teams did you know were a team before tonight? That made me lose it. Hopefully we could lose Pat. Hope you are well, Mitchell. Abdeel said, have you heard about the soccer players and their heart issues lately? It's sad. You can see young players lose their soccer life because of COVID. I can't say I've seen a connection between COVID and young players with heart issues. So I can't say there's a connection there. But are we talking like Ericsson and Aguero? I don't think, I mean, like, Daley Blind had a heart issue, and that was before COVID. So, and was it Mwamba collapsed and had a heart issue, and that was before COVID. So I don't think there's a connection there, to be honest. But yes, there are some sad things happening in the footballing world. My last game was WWE 13 with CM Punk on the cover. Houston said, Viking Raiders are cool. People just aren't involved with them like Legion of Doom. BBB Yipsy said, the Usos are doing funny commentary. Jaden said, LA Knight is entering, who sells into the Rumble match. Good crowd tonight, unless they're piping in crowd noises, which they probably are. That was a superplex from hell. Mitchell said you have to watch. No, I don't. Mitchell, I don't. He's a douche. Noah said, talking about Alfonso Davis, the Bayern manager announced it earlier. WWE could never crack online gaming. It's the main reason why I abandoned it, says Shola. That's interesting. My love for WWE is an endless one. Days, for some reason, when they said someone was teaming with Jinder, I thought it would be Via. Coach Co said, what do you call a factory that makes okay products? A satisfactory. Nice. Jilly said, I'm not a fan of the Viking Raiders. They have occult symbolism all over their gear. That symbol with the arrows pointing in a circle is the symbol for chaos magic, black magic. That just made them cooler in my book. Chris said, Days, if you were drafted to Raw or SmackDown, what superstar would you face? I wouldn't want to face anybody because I'm not a trained wrestler. So, if I had to face anyone, I'd face Dominic because I'd probably beat him up. Robin said, what is your favourite era of wrestling and why? Probably the late 80s. I think it was such an exciting time in wrestling because obviously the mid 80s is where 85 is where we get the first WrestleMania, and that changes everything. So you can imagine the impact the first WrestleMania had. And then obviously the ball was rolling then, Hulkamania. If you go from 85 to 90, Hulkamania is just running wild. And not only have you got that, though, you've got the emergence of the Macho Man, the emergence of the Ultimate Warrior. Andre, thankfully, is still able to do the odd match. So you've still got, like, Andre the Giant. You've actually still got Bruno Sammartino, who I think even has a match as late as 1987. He actually has matches with, like, the Macho Man and Rowdy Roddy Piper. So, like, Bruno is still doing the odd thing. You've got a killer tag division. I mean, tag wrestling, you could argue, had never been better. So you've got absolutely killer tag wrestling. Over in Japan in the late 80s, early 90s, women's wrestling is amazing. Women's wrestling is arguably, never been as good as it was in early 90s, late 80s Japan. So my favorite era would probably be that kind of late 80s, early 90s. So much like going on, and crowds were so into it. And I've got to be honest, you're talking before the internet as well. Before the internet, no spoilers. Imagine that. No spoilers, no Twitter. You could just sit down, watch the show. If you enjoyed it, you enjoyed it. If you didn't, you didn't. That was as complicated as wrestling got. Something to be said for that as well. If you like a certain thing, then you can like it and not have to defend it or question it or just enjoy it. Do you know what I mean? Wrestling now, it's become so analysed, and I completely understand I'm part of that problem. Because we do these watch-alongs and we analyse the show. So I'm fully aware of the irony of me saying that it's become over-analysed. But it doesn't make a difference if I'm sat here doing it or not. Like, do you know what I mean? Twitter would still exist. The billion other wrestling channels would still exist. The online wrestling community would still exist. So if you can't beat them, join them. But it was definitely better. I definitely enjoyed wrestling more. When there wasn't spoilers and there wasn't all the kind of online noise, let's put it that way. My only favourite part is this, where we get to sit down like on these streams and we get to talk. I love that. I mean, we wouldn't be able to do this back in the late 80s. Viking Raiders have won. Okay, so we got the Usos, we got the Viking Raiders. A female announcer, that would be new. Days Bailey made a threat saying if Kayla enters the Rumble, she will return just to throw her out. So far, she lands at Michael Cole's dumb face. Amazing. 2020, Bailey and Sasha in WWE. No Charlotte or Becky. 2022, Charlotte and Becky in WWE. And no Bailey or Sasha. Wrestler Andy said, I've still got half of my popcorn. I'm watching SmackDown right now, like Big E in that GIF. Nice. Master Chief said, I didn't get WWF until 95. All my childhood was NWA and WCW and then Nitro. That's interesting. That's really interesting. You and other YouTubers helped me enjoy this. Stuff like promos, event ratings, matches have made me get into as an adult. Shola, shout out to you. Let's say somehow, some way, Moxley returned at the Rumble. Do you have him return as Dean Ambrose or Moxley? Okay. Somehow, some way, he returns. He comes back as Ambrose. So that, you know, you could potentially do a Shield reunion. I don't want Moxley in the Shield. Right, we've got Naomi and Sonya. I've not heard one reason. Okay, are we about to find out? When I have this jacket on, I'm your boss. So she's like, I haven't heard one reason why you're coming after me. You come walking into my office with main character vibes. Main character? When everyone knows you're just an extra. Main character. Okay, Adam Pearce has come in, so Naomi has left. Right, this is going to be the Sami Zayn segment. Sami Zayn. This is going to be the In Zayn part of the show. Days, if you had to book a match back for Stone Cold in any company or brand, what would it be? It'd probably be Stone Cold. Don't know. I mean, the first thing that comes to mind is Stone Cold AJ. You need someone that can work, that's going to carry the match. And who's the best worker WWE have got? I mean, you'd probably say AJ. He's got to be in the conversation. I mean, Roman would be pretty good, I suppose. Roman could do it. But Stone Cold don't stand a chance against Roman. I don't know. It's very difficult. It's very, very difficult. I mean, Roman and Stone Cold could be a lot of fun, but I just don't think Stone Cold can move quick enough. And I think he's just going to be too slow and he's just going to look too limited. And, like, Roman's, it's just going to be very difficult for Roman to make it seem like he's struggling against old man Austin. Do you know what I mean? So I don't know if that's the match to book. I don't know if it's not just better to do AJ Stone Cold and just do it as like lower down the card. It'd have to be someone that could, certainly wouldn't be booking Brock. It'd have to be someone that could like carry the match. Stone Cold versus Vince for old time's sake. Primo said, do you not think if WWE has nothing for Cesaro in singles, they should reunite him with Sheamus instead of just putting him with 50 different partners? Well, I think they're putting him with Mansoor because they want him to get Mansoor up to speed. So I think they see value in Mansoor because of Saudi. Simple as that. They've got this relationship with Saudi for the next, 5 years? I don't know, actually. It was 10 years that they had the deal, wasn't it? And they must have done about 5 now. So there's probably still 5 years to go. That's 2 shows a year for the next 5 years that you're going to want Mansoor to be on there and you're going to want him to look good as well. So, again, who's one of the best wrestlers you've got? Cesaro. Put him with Cesaro. Get him, an education. house shows together, working together. Just see what you can, how you can use. Give something for Mansoor to do. Give something for Cesaro to do. It's an easy way of getting him onto the cards, and he might learn something. I mean, I can see why they're doing it. If you actually looked at it from Cesaro's point of view and thought, is this what Cesaro needs? The answer is no. It's not what Cesaro needs. But they're not looking at it from that point of view. They're looking at it from the point of view of what does Mansoor need. Do you think Heyman always used to speak for Brock because Brock really has a high-pitched voice? Maybe. Maybe. I think that, his voice doesn't quite match his appearance. And I also think that in the early days, he probably wasn't the best of promos. Now that he's a face and he's having fun, I think it's fine to let him talk. But I don't know if it's only because his voice is a bit high pitched. I just think as well it presents him as a beast. Like, he doesn't even do his own talking. It keeps him mysterious. But yeah, I mean, his voice doesn't quite match how he looks. James Chadwick, hello. Appreciate the support, as always, my friend. Says, UFC is on BT Sport 3 tomorrow. That's interesting. I didn't know that. Mox returns to defend the GCW World title on January 23rd. There we go. He's back on January 23rd. We're seeing the Shields. There's not really a way, is there, of showing the Shield without showing Ambrose. And this has to be part of the story. Roman Reigns, Seth freaking Rollins. Face to face. Right, so Sami Zayn is in the entranceway. So he said he's number one contender for the Intercontinental Championship. Okay. It's snowing in Omaha. Why would they not show Dean still in Reback, can't come back? WWE are like, who's that third guy? Where did he come from? Yeah. Imagine if they just cropped him out. Right, so we're just seeing last week with Sammy and Johnny Knoxville. Johnny Knoxville getting in the ring and dumping Sami Zayn over the top rope. That was stupid. That was stupid because he went on social media announcing he was going to be in the match. Then Sami Zayn said, you need to prove to me you haven't qualified. Johnny dumps Sammy over the top rope. And then WWE announced that he's qualified. It's just all over the place. But they showed Moxley more than Seth. Days, what do you think was the best year for women's wrestling? I think 2016 to 2018. The best year for women's wrestling. It's got to be 2019. I mean, the year their main event in WrestleMania has got to be probably the best in it. Big time Bex and Ronda and... Yeah, it might have to be 2019. Right, we're getting our first episode of In Zane. So there's a ramp. I don't know what he's gone to get. Is it like a skateboard or a bike? It's a trolley. Okay, so Sami Zayn is inside a trolley. I'm going to jump that wrestling ring in the shopping cart. Okay, he's going to try and jump the wrestling ring with the shopping cart. There's a crash mat on the other side. I don't even know what speed he would have to go in order to achieve this. It's actively impossible. The crowd were just cheering and looking up. Is Johnny Knoxville like in the skies or something? Because everyone's looking up. Why is everyone looking up? Right, Sammy is asking people to push him in a shopping cart up a ramp. He wants to try and jump over the ring. This is wrestling now. This is wrestling. This is wrestling. Okay, they're going for it. And he tells them to stop just as he gets to the ramp. This is wrestling. This is wrestling. All of this is setting up for Knoxville to eliminate Sammy. Sammy said, I just want to make sure it's safe. They're watching the Tron. Oh, is that what they were looking up to? It's probably because they were on camera. His Boogs. He's got a great physique, hasn't he? Did you see him then when he went like this? When he did the classic Hillbilly Jim. He had a great physique. Nakamura has attacked. All this for this. All of this set up for this. Boogs throws Sammy into that crash mat. I like that. I like that. Give me what I want, not this. He's had a haircut. I like that. If he starts coming out doing that, that'd be quite cool. He just got thrown into a crash mat. Irina, shout out to you. Sammy deserves better. We all deserve better. It's not just Sammy that deserves better. I feel like I've upset WWE and now I'm being punished. That's what this show feels like so far. Here's Aaliyah. Okay, so Aaliyah against Natalia. I hope I put on a good showing. And I don't embarrass myself. Natalia's got the Guinness World Records. She's got 3 Guinness World Records, Natalia. Oh, is that her music? In your honest opinion, do you think AJ Styles will ever leave WWE and join AEW, or do you think he'll retire as a WWE guy? In my honest opinion, I think he will retire a WWE guy. Just because I think Vince and WWE really value him. I think they'll tie him down to a contract. Once he's done with this contract, I think they'll want to get him in an ambassador contract. I think WWE know that AEW would want him. I think they'll give him some serious money to make sure he doesn't go there. Even if he's not wrestling, I think they'll give him a Legends deal, tie him down so they can do merch, so he can be an ambassador, so that he doesn't go to AEW, basically. Because I think if he was free, AEW would hit him up. So I think WWE are probably going to have to try and make sure that he's just never free and that he's always under some sort of deal. And I should imagine, someone like AJ is going to put his family first. I really believe that. And I think if he's going to get some serious money offered to him, I think he'll take it for his kids and whatnot and for his family. So, I'm sure he's not hurting for money anyway. But if he can get one of them Legends deal after he's finished wrestling, I just have to think, would he do that or would he go to AEW and have a few matches there? I think he'd probably take the Legends deal. Just because it's easy money and, he's got kids. Got to think about these things, ain't you, when you're a parent. So I think he'll stay as a WWE guy. Kyle said, Aaliyah did puke in front of the crowd last time she was on SmackDown, which is why they had that line. I forgot about that. You're right, that was the last time we saw her. That was fun. She threw up in front of the crowd, but we never got to see it. Tony said, this show needs to be put out of its misery. Kojiko said, why are spiders so smart? They can find everything on the web. Nice. Days, why does the US title get defended several times, but the IC title the opposite? Well, Harley was saying that apparently Nakamura has been injured since mid-December. I can't explain why it wasn't defended before that, but apparently up until mid-December it was just a case that he was injured, so perhaps that's why they couldn't defend it. That only explains the last 4 weeks or so, though. But at least we're building towards Nakamura and Sami, and I've got no complaints with that. What is the idea behind saving all the good stuff for the last hour? Are you live for Rampage? Yeah, we'll be still around for Rampage. Just had a thought. Are they setting up Sami and Knoxville at WrestleMania? Maybe. They're definitely laying some foundation work, aren't they? And in all fairness, wasn't it last year that we got Bad Bunny debut at Royal Rumble and then he went on to WrestleMania? It's not a match I want, to be honest, but you could be onto something. 45 minutes in, there's been one match, and that was nothing special. This SmackDown will get a low halftime score from me, says John. Timothy said, do you think after Roman's title reign, he will go do movies like Cena and Rock? Yes. Harley said it was a hand injury, so hopefully he's okay now. It looks like it. Aaliyah is only 27. You don't fall asleep. Lisa said it's so you don't fall asleep in the first. Right. We have gone back to the show, and it should be Aaliyah and Natalya. There's Aaliyah. And there's Natalya. Guinness World Records is still very much a thing. Most matches. Most pay-per-view matches. And the most victories. I think she's got the most losses as well. Honestly. I think she's got the most losses. She could have... .8 seconds is fastest victory, so I like that. Okay, I'm into this. So she wants to win this in 3.8 seconds. It takes 3 seconds to pin someone, though. .8 seconds. Guinness World Records has been brought down by Natalya. Right, she charges over. Strike's coming in. Bell hasn't sounded. Stomping away on Aaliyah. Takes her jacket off. Throws Aaliyah down. She's just beating her up. This way she can just pin her when the bell sounds. Okay, so Natalya's beating up Aaliyah. Hurling her against the ropes. I'm into this. Look at this, some actual intensity. Okay, so Aaliyah's down. Referee's telling her to get back. Start the match, ref. Aaliyah is... does Aaliyah even know what she's hurt? Aaliyah's lying there going... What hurts? All of it. She can do this. She can do this. Aaliyah can't compete. She says she can. Are they going to have a win in 3 seconds? I like this. Roll it 1, 2, 3. Aaliyah pins Natalya. Aaliyah pins Natalya in like 3 seconds. .317 seconds. 3.17 seconds. Fastest win by a woman in WWE history. The crowd popped for Aaliyah. CM316 said so many questions. .17, I think they said. Her voice is deep. I don't remember it like that. Why do they keep messing with the aircon? What's going on in that office? I must admit, I liked it. But I didn't like seeing Aaliyah win in 3 seconds. I mean, like, I was praising the intensity of Natalya. Natalya was, like, beating up on Aaliyah and, like, wearing her down and all this kind of stuff. She was just really stomping it in. It was really good. And then, like, they ring the bell and she just gets flipping rolled up. Flipping rolled up by a person that's meant to have been beaten up. She beat her up. Like, she beat her up so bad, the referee said that she wouldn't be able to have the match and do the match. And then, literally, Aaliyah pleads. They say yes, and 3 seconds later, Aaliyah wins. I don't know, man. I don't know what's up with this show. I mean, the idea of if Natalya had won in 3 seconds, then I'd be like, okay, she beat her up, she softened her up. Aaliyah said I can do it, she couldn't, and she's now lost in 3 seconds. Like, I could buy that a little bit more. I can't buy Aaliyah that just got the living whatever beaten out of her, winning in 3 seconds. Days, you're correct. She has the most losses, and it's why I call her the Float, the female losingest of all time. Timothy said, Days, anyone you want to see return and possibly win the Rumble? No, honestly. There's no one I want to see return. I'm really not bothered. I mean, I'd like Asuka to come back, and I suppose she could win it. But, like, return in regards to, like, a legendary name. I can't really think of anyone. I mean, we've seen quite a few over the years. I suppose it'd be... Well, I'd like to see someone like Rick Martel with his arrogance. You know, Rick the Model Martel. I believe he's still around. So, Rick the Model Martel coming back would be cool. Anything from that kind of era, or the Mountie, if you got Jacques Rougeau. But I don't want to see them win it. But if I could, or Duke the Dumpster Drozy. I don't know if Adam Bomb is still around. Imagine if Adam Bomb came down. I'd love a proper old school legend. Not just someone from like a few years ago, but like, do you know what I mean? Like proper 90s legend. That'd be good. Both WWE and AEW have gone to the well a few too many times lately with injured wrestler wins with the roll-up. Yeah, that's my problem with it. I mean, I don't mind the record being broken and winning in 3 seconds, but just not the person that had just been beaten up. I think it would have been better if Natalya had actually done it. And if Natalya had got the win. I know we're trying to build up Aaliyah, but I think that would have got a lot of sympathy for her as well. So I think we still could have told a story, even if we'd have gone that way. But it doesn't matter. It's not the biggest problem in the world. It was just a little shame for me because I really enjoyed Natalya saying I'm going to go for that record, and then she beats her up, and it was kind of intense. And I felt like I was actually watching something worth watching. And then a flipping roll-up. You said on Dynamite how sick and tired you are of people getting battered before the match and still not winning. Serena Deeb on Wednesday battered Shida and easily won. The roles were reversed here. You said on Dynamite how you were sick of people getting battered and still not winning. No. What I said on Dynamite was I'm tired of seeing people getting battered and then going on to win. Exactly like what just happened there. And what I praised Dynamite for was they had Deeb beat up Shida, and Deeb won. Shida didn't come back like what we just saw, and I praised that on Wednesday because that's what I think should happen. That's what I think should have happened there as well. I think if you're gonna get beaten up before the bell starts to the point where you can't, the referee's saying, "Oh, this match can't even start." Like, how do you then go from that to winning 3 seconds later? So, yeah, it is true. And I forgot that I mentioned it on Wednesday as well, but I still stand by it all. I can confirm that SmackDown has sucked so far, says Moldy Spoon. Are you doing a Super Bowl stream? Last year's one was fun. I am going to try and do that, yes. Mitchell says, Days, come on. We all know the Shockmaster is returning and winning the Rumble. He'll then challenge Titus for the World Slide title at WrestleMania. I'd be all right with the Shockmaster coming out. Imagine if he came out tripped over. I'd be all right with that. He was Typhoon as well, wasn't he? So, yeah, I'm all right with that. I think he's had a few health troubles, though, Fred. But I wouldn't mind the Shockmaster. Imagine the Shockmaster comes out as number 30. He comes out, everyone's like, huh? And he's making his way down. Then Brock attacks him from behind. He falls over. His helmet comes off. And then Brock enters the Rumble instead. That could be fun. That could be fun. Right, here's Lita. Bushwhacker Luke should break his own Rumble record. Right, Lita. In the ring with Michael Cole. 2 minutes till we get to the halfway point. Let's see what this segment's all about. I'm home, finally. Probably has been a little while, hasn't it? I think was she at Evolution? She revealed, wasn't it, the Raw Women's Championship at WrestleMania 32? I wonder if she's going to have a match at WrestleMania. I mean, they do need to stack that card. The fact we're seeing her here. One of the first women to main event Raw. Hall of Fame ring. She's a great talker, isn't she? I didn't have an opportunity to be in a Royal Rumble, but now we do. She's very confident. Comfortable, considering she doesn't do this week in, week out. She's going to enter the Rumble. I didn't even think about her winning. It's just not even crossed my mind. I'm guessing someone's going to attack her. And we then get Lita versus someone at WrestleMania. We need names, and we've got 2 days to fill. I've seen the question asked a lot. Do you put Roman in the same category as Cena, Rock, Austin? Yes. 100%. The amount of times that he has main evented WrestleMania, the amount of significant moments that he's had, he's won the Rumble, he's the face of this generation. I mean, he's not finished. Like, he's still going. He probably needs a little bit longer. But if you think he's been pretty much ever present since the Shield broke up in 2014, you know, that's 8 years. If you think about Hulkamania, about how that went from, 84 to 93? I mean, that was, what? I mean, yeah. We're about the same ballpark, aren't we? So, I'd like, he needs another couple of years, really. But, I mean, look at this run he's on now. Okay, Charlotte's in the ring. Lita, how are you? Yeah, whatever. Guys, this is so extreme. Isn't that what you used to say? This fun little run that you're talking about is going to be over. What's the question? How are you going to handle the humiliation, asks Charlotte, of this short-lived comeback? Charlotte looks goofy. How are you going to throw anyone over the top rope with that giant head that you've got? They're chanting giant head. I didn't expect that. I don't think Charlotte expected that. Okay, Trish begged me for a match in 2019. She put up a fight, but she lost. I broke her. She was so broken, she retired. And at the Rumble pay-per-view, that's what I'm going to do to you. See, I thought the giant head thing was quite weak. That's kind of nice. That's kind of nice. Twist of Fate. Twist of Fate by Lita. I like that from Lita. I like the fact she went to slap. Charlotte went like this. And Lita just kind of gave her a little wave. Kick to the midsection. Twist of Fate. Yeah, I thought the big head thing was a bit weak. But then the crowd started chanting it. And I was like, oh. It worked. That was all right. That was all right. She's very confident, Lita. I think they could do with maybe some better material, but it was all right. Well, we women wouldn't feel that way if society hadn't pressured us to be young and pretty forever. I feel like I've walked halfway into a conversation. Jericho's childish insults made me laugh, says List of Jericho. Twist of Fates. Yeah, it was cool. Seeing Ridge Holland getting kicked in the face. We are going to commercial break very soon, and we'll do our halftime scores. Oh, here's Sheamus. Sheamus is taking on Ricochet. My own protege, Ridge Holland, should be standing right here. Fireface. Fireface is here. Who called him that? Riddle. Riddle called him that, didn't he? Right, here's Sheamus. Dun 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 dun. Right, Sheamus making his way out. It's going to be Sheamus against Ricochet as we go into the second hour. Okay. Fireface making his way down. Days, because Lita's one of the people that paved the way for women's evolution, one of the first women to main event Raw, saying she has one more run in her, teasing Charlotte Lita could win, says Harley. Why are they saying accidentally? This is what wrestling is supposed to be, like real fighting. When they say it was an accident, they're ruining kayfabe. That's true. Hello, we're promoting Elektra Lopez here. NXT 2.0 live next Tuesday. Get in your halftime scores. Get in your halftime scores then, plus 8 minutes. There's no Austin, is there? Is Austin not around? How bizarre. 5.5, 3.6, 5, 6, 6.75, 5.5. I love this look for Sheamus. He's got that Gangs of New York look. Days, how would you book Sheamus? I'd like for him to have a faction. That could be kind of fun, couldn't it? I suppose in a way, are they kind of trying to do that with Ridge Holland? Faction. And with them all kind of looking like that kind of, yeah, Gangs of New York, Peaky Blinder kind of thing. I mean, that's kind of Ridge Holland's vibe, isn't it? I could vibe with that. And have him as the leader. Yeah. 5, 5.5, 3, 6, 5. There was no surprises. Nothing important was lost. But Stotch said 5. Justin with a 5.5. Chalmers, hello. The chat is electric without Fraudstin. Yeah, it's just weird, isn't it? I've only just noticed. It's took me 2 hours, 10 minutes. It's took me exactly 2 hours, 10 minutes to realise he's not here. Craig says 6. Let him in said 5.5. John said 4.1. Bunkers with a 4. 10 out of 10. 4. 5.5. Lita segment was the only entertaining thing on the show. BTW. Lita did amazing in that segment. Defo wouldn't mind another run by her. Wow. Looks like skipping the first hour was okay. Yeah, it wasn't brilliant. What's your halftime score? Probably a 5. I mean, The only things that I really enjoyed was Natalya, Aaliyah, but I didn't like Aaliyah getting the roll up. And Lita Charlotte was all right. Usos starting the show was different. I give them props for that. Sami Zayn trying to jump the thing. I enjoyed him coming out in the trolley and the ramp and the crash mat and the setup and like, ooh, okay, you don't see this every week. Where's this going? Answer, nowhere. But I enjoyed the setup of that. But I mean, honestly, we're literally scrambling around in the dirt at this point. So probably say a 5. I don't know. I suppose it could go lower, but there hasn't been anything that's like really offended or upset me or you know, there's nothing. It's all just, it's either been like really flat or there's been things that I wouldn't have done. Is this new music? New music? Is that a new theme? Hey, 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 hey. The one and only. That's gone. Dun 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 dun. That's gone. It's dead. It's dead, O'Shea. From what I've heard, it still sounds a bit generic. I'd have to hear it again. Repackage. Not really. I mean, it's the same graphics. It's the same It's just a new theme. It's the same ring attire. Right, we are underway. We've got 47 minutes to go. CM316 said that was good. Why change it? Perhaps you've got to change something, haven't you? It's just not working. I mean, in all fairness, it's how he's booked. Well done for changing his theme. Can you book him better, though? Can you, like, push him? Like, well done for changing the theme, but how about we give him a creative storyline? I don't know. Call me crazy. I don't know. It's all right. The old one was better. Legend Killer is looking forward to UFC 270. Well, it's not tomorrow, but it is a week tomorrow, I think. Sheamus over the top rope. Kick coming in by Ricochet. Who do you want to win? I want Ricochet. Ricochet comes crashing down on Sheamus. Sonny, hello. Sonny said, I'm studying and researching paganism, Wicca, and witchcraft. Oh, I totally believe that. If there was one person in this community I thought would research witchcraft, it would be you. Days, that is absolutely crazy thinking. Crazy thinking, I know. I like to think outside the box sometimes. I thought we were going to go to commercial. I don't know why. If ever the action just slows a little bit, I'm like, we're going to go to commercial. He's got Ricochet under the ring, and he slingshots him into the edge of the ring. Fella! Oh, there's a spider? That's crazy. Can you see the spider? Look at this spider. This spider has literally just come down from the ceiling. Look at this spider. That's mental. Just down from the ceiling. You're mental. Mental spider. Did you use a broomstick? Did I use a broomstick? Oh, this spider don't know where to go now. I don't know how he got in. My God, I'm doing a stream with Spider-Man. I was literally just sat here, and all of a sudden I saw this thing go. Spider, 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 spider. Guys, we've got a co-host. I've got a co-host. Days becomes a Spider-Man. The spider is called Fella, yeah? Fella! Yeah? What? Did you call me? What? Forget it. Forget it. It don't matter. I tell you what I don't understand, right? I don't know where he's gone now. But he kind of went, came down from the ceiling like this, yeah? And then, like, he's scarpered off. Like, has he still got that, whatever that is, the web stuff? Is he still spitting that out? Like, is there a web going to be all around here now? What's going on? Or does it only get him down to about there and then they cut it off? Does that mean it's hanging here? I've got so many questions. So many questions. I don't even know where he's gone. Oh, I hope this isn't going to be a trend. The last thing I need is to be sitting here streaming and then there's about 50 of them that come dropping down. It's like Mission Impossible. You know, where they're just kind of dangling there. That was mad. I don't know. I don't think that's ever happened on a stream, ever. I don't think that's ever happened where I've been talking and literally as I've been looking at the camera, like... I was trying to look on screen to see if you guys could see it or not. I think when it came down, it was just out of shot. Crazy. Crazy. Days, you should let the spider bite you. You could be Peter Parker. Wow, yes. That's true. And honestly, I would be Spider-Man, always home. Not no way home. I'm always home. Literally, I'm just always here. I'm always at home. Spider-Man, always home. Right, we are back from commercial break. I tell you what, that was very kind of the spider to interrupt, but wait for the commercial break. Gotta give it props. You gotta give it credit. It waited for the commercial. What a legend. Oh, that's why I let him live. Otherwise, I could have crushed him. Like Rusev and Lana. But I let him survive. My dad is listening to you. Wow. Can you say hello to Jason? Jason, hello. Shout out to you. I don't always talk about spiders, but this is just the topic of conversation right now because we got interrupted by one. Shola said the spider has had enough. Do you feel that Ricochet would be one WWE superstar who would benefit the most from going to AEW? Oh, well, I don't know if he'd be the top one that would benefit the most, but he would definitely benefit. Yes. I mean, they are pretty stacked as well, though. Like, Ricochet getting onto the show. I mean, here's another Pac, isn't he, in a way? But, yeah, he is someone that I think they would use better in AEW. Couldn't really use him much worse, could they? Ricochet lands on his feet. Picked up by Sheamus. Backbreaker. Can we just remember that this is Prince Puma? Just remember that. This is Prince Puma from Lucha Underground. Just, why don't we put him in a mask and have him be Prince Puma again? Or something along those lines. Here we go. Those clubbing blows raining down by Sheamus. Abdul Hamid, shout out to you. Spider-Man days. It's coming. It's going to be a big year. Sonny said, I once had a spider drop on top of me. Primo said, with how thin SmackDown's roster is, it does feel like everyone is being used on TV and less guys in catering. Do you agree? I'd have to have a look at the roster, to be honest. And then, I'd have a better idea as to when was the last time we saw that person, when was the last time we saw that person. I mean, they've let a lot of wrestlers go, so I'd imagine, yes, we probably are seeing a lot more, and there's probably less in catering. We've let over 100 wrestlers go. Catering must have been like Piccadilly Circus. Must have been like Times Square. Because we've let like 100 wrestlers go, and the shows are still fine. They're still stacked. Sunset flip power bomb by Ricochet. Shoulder up by Sheamus. Days, Sean Ross Sapp is going to reveal some news on Lita tonight, apparently. Oh, my God. Oh, I bet that is going to be huge. That is going to be huge. She is actually Linda McMahon in disguise. LSW said, I remember I was 4. I got bitten by a spider. For a hot second, I thought I was Spider-Man. Maybe you are. Did you ever think about the fact that you still could be? I don't think I've ever been bitten by a spider. You know those big tarantulas? Do they bite? I've never thought about that. Whenever I've seen, like, one of them big spiders, like, you look at them and you go, oh, that looks pretty moody. I'm not really bothered by spiders, but the big spiders, the hairy ones, the big tarantulas, you go, ooh, that's moody. What must their bites be like if they bite? Have they got, like, proper human mouths? Like, they're so big. I've never really thought about that. Have they got fangs? I have never in my life contemplated what a tarantula's bite might be like. But I am doing that right now, thanks to how rubbish this SmackDown has been. Sheamus is victorious. Well done to him and his family. Being bit by a spider is not a good thing in Australia. Look at wolf spiders. They grow big. They make nests in the grass and let animals come into their funnels. Their bites cut your arms off. Australian spiders are crazy. Huntsman spiders. Yes, tarantulas bite, and they do have fangs. Oh my God. They hospitalize you. Fastest victory in WWE history, 3.17 seconds. I never knew this. I never even thought about this. Are you streaming the City game? 100%. We will be live about an hour before the City games. In Florida, wolf and funnel spiders are big, fast, and hairy. Oh, God. I have a friend that was bitten by a tarantula and it nearly killed him. What's going on? Is the aircon broken? Taking a jacket off. Oh, whilst I've got this jacket on. Here's Naomi. Naomi says, well, you don't have your jacket on. And Pierce has got big arms, hasn't he? Someone's been working at. All I'm looking at is Adam Pearce. He's like, whoa, someone's been hitting the gym hard. Is he getting ready for a match? Why is he so big? Right, here's the New Day. Days, wow, Lita's in talks with AEW for a major run in 2021. Wow, that's fallen through. That's not happening now. Watch out for camel spiders. Guys, did you see the killer that interrupted the stream? Don't you go talking to me about all these deadly spiders when you've seen what I've been subjected to. Never forget. You don't know fear until you have been interrupted by a spider like what I was just interrupted. Never forget. Hanging out with Vince makes you swole. Is that what it is, do you reckon? Because he's in that authority role, he has to go to the gym now with Vince. And he's getting all swole. Vince makes everyone pump weight. He looks big. I heard that Daddy Longlegs have got deadly venom, but their mouth is too small, so they can't inject it into you. Yeah, I don't know if that's true. I don't know if that's true. Because what if you had a cut and you squashed it? Wouldn't the venom still get into you? And then you'd be dead. I have never heard of anyone dying because of a Daddy Longlegs ever. Ever. Vince Russo is going to eat the WWE. He's going to eat them. Just when you think the show can't get worse, they insert Madcap Moss into the show. Crikey. When I was 4, I was bitten by a copperhead snake. Well, that doesn't sound fun at all. I've seen snakes that have a mimic spider on their tails. This conversation's pretty weird. I wasn't expecting to go down these roads, I must admit. I live in Australia. You get used to the old spiders. They don't do anything, says Frenchie. He did look jacked. He did look jacked. I don't know why. Perhaps he's just looking after himself at the moment. You are not in the kingdom of spiders like William Shatner. Daddy Longlegs are one of the most poisonous spiders there are, but the fang's not long enough to bite us. Shirley says, I live in England and you don't. Who? What? What's happening? Dock spiders are the size of your hand and they are fast. I mean, nothing is going to be scarier than what interrupted this stream. I don't care what you've got in your area. Show some respect. Show some respect. Did you not see what I just had to survive? You can keep your dock spiders. You can keep your funnel spiders, your funnel cakes, your whatever. Your black widows. Your ember moons. Not when I'm fighting off killers live on stream. Robin, hello. I hope you are well. Hope you are enjoying Smackdown. It's getting steamy in the office between Adam and Sonia. That's why they're playing with the aircon. Do you feel like outside the Roman stuff, Smackdown hasn't been as enjoyable as before the draft? Yeah. I mean, I think that Roman has kind of largely carried Smackdown for a long time now. Smackdown tends to have like the odd moment. But yeah, I mean, it definitely struggles. If you take the spotlight off Roman, like what we've done this week, there's been no spotlight on Roman this week. We haven't seen any of Roman this week. We know we're getting the face-to-face. That is still to come. But, yeah, if you take that spotlight off, it struggles, man. But maybe this is part of the problem. You know, you give so much spotlight. You give so much spotlight to Roman that when it's time to, you know, give some spotlight to other people, they're just, you know, you haven't built the stars. The star power's not there. Maybe this is, you know, what happens if you do this for 12 months. The chickens are coming home to roost. SmackDown was still decent without Roman before the draft, says Shola. These Shield videos are fire. There was Jake the Snake. Now there'll be Daze the Spider. All right, we're seeing Seth cashing in Money in the Bank at WrestleMania 31. Roman Reigns face-to-face with Seth freaking Rollins. We've got AEW Rampage coming up after this as well. But we do have only about 29 minutes to go. Okay, here's Kofi Kingston. Okay. King Woods has fallen to a calf injury. Your Majesty will miss the Royal Rumble. Okay, so Kofi's in the Royal Rumble. Robin, shout out to you, my friend. Really appreciate the support. Kofi has been announced for the Royal Rumble. Here is... What's Madcap wearing? He's got some shorts with some blue braces. Okay, he's got himself a $50,000 watch. Okay, so Happy Corbin's come out. Happy Corbin and Kofi Kingston. Happy Corbin. Austin's favorite. Are we still doing fun spider facts? Sure. I heard, on average, people eat 1 or 2 spiders a year whilst they are asleep, says Mark. There we go. That'll bring people comfort tonight as they settle down into their beds. We're seeing 2 weeks ago at day 1. That was good, that was, when he picked up that metalwork. I thought that was done really well. It looked really good when he did that. And they're showing a replay of Drew being injured. How do those suspenders not chafe Madcap's nipples? Well, they probably do, in all fairness. I mean, I don't want to focus on it too much, but they probably do. Jennifer said, it's so strange the conversation turned to spiders, as I was just now outdoors with the dogs and a pile of snow next to my can of pop on the table. It was not snow, but a giant white spider. Hang on, you was outside and you was outside, there was a can of pop, you thought it was snow? So there's no snow anywhere else? And you went, oh, that's just some snow with legs. And it turned out to be a giant white spider. That's a hell of a story. That's a hell of a story. I didn't even know there was white spiders, actually. Fair play. Robin said, I'm from Russia. Greetings to Russia. I hope Russia is well. It's probably cold, I would imagine. That's the one thing I know about Russia. It's cold. But I can tell you that it is cold here as well. Odd how many talents have been injured recently, almost as if there was a curse, said Shoggoth. Brock versus Madcap in a comedy match. Well, I don't know what we've done. I don't know what's happened, right? I think someone, I'm going to say James Chadwick, has upset Vince, and we are now all being punished. I think what it is that Vince wants James Chadwick to stop watching all of these different wrestling companies, just focus on WWE, give all of his time and attention to WWE and no one else. And until James does that, we're just going to be punished with these god-awful SmackDowns. Because this is not doing it for me, let's put it that way. The face-to-face, I'm sure, is going to be very good. But honestly, since the halftime scores about, half an hour ago, there's been nothing. There's been nothing. So, that's what I think. Sorry, but moths make me run, says Miss Clown One. Days, check Cena's tweet. Someone stabbed him in the chest on the pacemaker set. What? What do you mean? Cena. John Cena. They said, can Pacemaker dance? He said, does... Peacemaker. He said, does... And then we create the question. Skippable title sequence was a team effort. Why did I sense a recurring theme of people wanting to stab Peacemaker? We had a medic on set who was teaching me how to give stitches. First take, I stabbed John Cena in the chest. This prosthetic was super thin. Okay. I don't even know what that means. I don't understand. Okay. Cena was stabbed in a dropped storyline involving a nightclub. David said WWE is going back in time because this show is getting a WWF. Started middle and went down, spiked at Charlotte Lita, then cratered again. Cratered. Why did the man return his new pair of spider silk trousers? They look great, but the fly kept getting stuck. Robin says, bye everyone. I went to feed the cats on the streets. What a life. What a life. Living your best life, my friend. Feeding the stray cats on the streets of Russia. Living the dream. Living the dream. Robin, shout out to you. You sound like a good man. Thank you on behalf of those cats. I heard Peacemaker is pretty good. John Cena isn't coming back anytime soon. Delwyn said you need the mask. Spider-Man mask. I'm alright. They better end this match. Roman needs 20 minutes to walk out. That's true. That's true. We got 20 minutes to go. We can do this, guys. We can do this. How much would someone have to pay you to dress up as Spider-Man? I don't even think there's enough money in the world. First of all, I hate dressing up. Never done it. Never. Halloween wasn't a thing when I was growing up. I just So dress up just isn't my kind of thing. Cosplay. No, I ain't got anything against people that do it, but it's just never something that's been in like my kind of thing. So dressing up. So first of all, that's a little hurdle to overcome. Then I'm not into superheroes. So that's another little hurdle. I'd have to go and buy the costume. That'd be an even bigger hurdle. Plus, isn't it like a skin-tight costume? Like, I ain't got the figure for that. So that's another hurdle. So these hurdles are adding up, let me tell you. James said, sorry, Days, but F Vince. I'm not giving up all my wrestling shows for no one. Oh, God. That means we're going to get shows like this every week now. Madcap's beaten Kofi. Thanks, James. Thanks for your help, mate. Madcap has Madcap's jacked as well. Madcap looks good. Stupid ring attire. Madcap looks like he should be a Rosebud. You know, do you remember Adam Rose and the people that used to come down with him? Madcap looks like he should just be one of them. It's like we plucked out one of them. The best looking one of them is now a wrestler. That was a terrible loss for Kofi. Days, you could just jump over those hurdles. No, I can't. Because they're really high. Is that his first win? Sure. Construction workers wearing Speedos, construction boots with tube socks to their knees and hard hats. That's the scariest thing I've seen in another country. Does sound scary. Burn it down. Right, do you know what else is scary? This show might actually now get good. Yes, that's right, my friends. Seth freaking Rollins is here. Seth freaking Rollins is going to be face to face with Roman Reigns. Seth freaking Rollins making his way down, looking like a flipping game show host. Silver sparkly jacket. Vince wasn't able to make Raw so bad that USA would let him out of the show's contract with the networks. Now he's trying that same trick with SmackDown and Fox. Oh. Burn it down. It's like Michael Jackson. He's got like a white shirt on. Sparkly jacket. You just went like this in the ring. SmackDown has always been consistent getting 2 million, but I can't imagine people sitting through this show without turning the channel. Listen, people have been conditioned. We've sat through shows that have absolutely stunk. We've sat through some awful, awful shows, and people come back week after week after week. I come back week after week after week. You lot come back week after week after week. They've got us. They've got us. That's it. Call it an addiction. Call it a problem. Call it, whatever you want. But they could literally serve anything, and we'd be back again next week. It's depressing, isn't it, when you think about it? Like the show, I think they know the show doesn't even have to be good. I think they know. I think they're fully aware. The show doesn't even have to be good. God damn, they'll be back. They'll be back next week. And we will as well. It's our own faults. Can I have some more, please, Mr. McMahon? God damn it. You can have more, but this has got spit in it. Thank you. It's not even good anymore. I feel like at one point Vince was serving us hamburgers. Now he just gives us spit on a tray. And we're still saying thank you. Thank you. Can I have a hamburger again one day, please, Mr. McMahon? Goddamn no. More spit. Okay, thank you. Days, you should find an AEW picture. Huh? What do you mean? A picture of AEW? Why? For what reason? Days was booed because he said the truth. Was that booed? Is it over? Are people turning on me? I've dreamt of this day. I dreamt this day would come. More spit. That's what she said, says William. Ugh. Just have to lower the tone. Days, Panini starts this year, I believe. It seems the first collection will be 2022. WWE Prism in April. WWE Immaculate has not been confirmed yet. Okay. Burn it down. Lita Charlotte segment was good. I'm guessing that the Seth Roman segment will be great. But that's only 2 good things in a 2-hour show. Right. What is happening in the ring right now? Nothing. Are Seth and Roman fighting in the main event? No, we're at commercial break. We're at commercial break. Nothing's happening. Seth came down. He went like this. He looked a bit like Michael Jackson, and we went to commercial break. It's foggy outside and -1, says Chris. Let him in said we're in a toxic relationship with WWE. We are. We are. But, and it's all for literally 12 minutes like this. We watch an hour and 48 minutes just so that we can get these 12. Here we go. So enjoy them. That's what I'm going to say. We've earned these 12 minutes. Enjoy them. The tribal chief is on his way. Dun 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 dun. Boom, boom, boom. Right, he's making his way down. Roman Reigns. He's got the belt over his shoulder. I acknowledge the drip. This is weird. It's heel versus heel. It's weird. We're going to have to do something here. I mean, people are going to be excited for this match, but we're still going to have to do some work. I'm guessing Seth's going to say that he knows Roman better than Roman knows Roman. Dun, dun, dun. See, I thought these were brothers in a way. I thought because they were both heels, there was still an understanding between them. It's definitely got a big fight feel. I do like the match. As we've said before, this isn't how I would have got to it. Boom, boom. Ding, 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 ding. Right, Roman. On the outside of the ring, looking out at the crowd. He's got his finger in the air and steps into the ring. Seth, standing in the center with a microphone. I'm into this. I think we're all into this. As I've said before, I wonder if the plan is put on an awful show so that this feels even bigger. God damn. It's like being served spit. And then someone brings you prime rib. Okay, so Seth in the ring. Roman walking around, circling around like a shark. Face to face. It's exactly, well, as advertised. This is what they said we were going to get. Roman Reigns. Roman Reigns chants. Roman Reigns. Roman Reigns. The fact Seth got booed coming out and Roman got cheered is the opposite of what they wanted. I don't know what they want. It's heel versus heel. Here's Roman. Omaha. Omaha. Acknowledge me. Omaha acknowledges the tribal chief. This is quite a moment. Go away. For old time's sake. Throw it in there. You know you want to. For old time's sake. That's beneath me now. That's beneath me now. The Shield is beneath him now. Well, that stings. That's beneath me now. It's a hell of a line. Our track record for championships is pretty one-sided. Roman laughs. He's out here talking about the past. I'm in God mode now. I'm in God mode now. I'm the head of the table. I'm the provider. God, I love Roman. I love Roman. I'm in God mode now. I think if ever you get to the point in life where you can use that sentence and just anyone can go, yeah, you're doing very well. You've cracked it. You've won life. That's my goal. At some point, I want to be able to say, I'm in God mode now, and I just want one person to go, yeah. Because Roman just did it, and I think we all went, yeah. I'm in God mode now. Oh, it's cool, isn't it? God mode, it's good, isn't it? God mode merch, definitely. Definitely. God mode merch. Better start, you called it. You called it God mode merch. Okay. Seth said I was holding your hand in the Shield. You still couldn't do it on your own until the bloodline. So, I created you. And I can destroy you. I created you. And I can destroy you. Roman says, you're a waste of my time. You look like a clown and you sound like a clown because you're a clown. If I was Oh. If I wanted a superstar from Raw, I wouldn't have chose you. In all fairness, I wouldn't even have chosen you from your household. It's a good line. Oh, it's a good line, isn't it? Usos tried to sneak attack Seth into the ring step. Look, see, they get made to look like jobbers, the Usos. Just bumbling idiots, just J&J security. It's weird that Roman is a heel and he's getting cheered. Well, there we go. End of the segment. Roman had some kill shots there. Roman had some kill shots. That was a fun little segment. The only thing that it didn't establish who was the face. The crowd established who the face was. But WWE didn't do anything to establish who the face was. They just seemed to be wanting to run with heel versus heel. So, weird. A little bit weird. But a very good segment. Again, edge of the seat. Really gripping stuff. Put up the poll and let's move on from that trash, says David. Right, let's go. What do you score? Hopefully this brings Seth out of this character. Oh, I agree with that, Wrestler Andy. Definitely agree with that. What do you score Smackdown? 8 to 10. Hang on. 7 to 10. 6 to 6, 7, 5. 5 to 5, 7, 5. 4, 7, 5, or below. Below. If you know, then you know. There we go. Dave's the only person who could have saved that show was Hook. Right. Well, we'll get in your scores. I thought that SmackDown was so poor, I've actually changed the poll. That is not the normal poll and the normal question that we asked, but that was not a great show in my opinion. So we'll see what people say. Rollins can avoid both Usos on a sneak attack from behind, but he can't avoid a short fat fan attacking in front of him. Ledger Killer with the 6, Shoulder with the 6.6, Abdil Hamid with a 5. Days I can't score it. I was late. 1987 Big Fan with a 5. The crowd sucked. It could have been better, says Anthony. Please stop slurping Roman and move to AEW. It's still 20 seconds from starting. David said 4.5. Princess Lady with a 10. Kyle with a 6. Hayden 5.5. One good segment still doesn't take away from the car crash that was the rest of the show. Days Roman said if he wanted to face Megastar, he would have faced Seth's wife. Yeah, I heard. That was a great line. Didn't he say, you're not even the person I would have chosen from your household? which was a really great line. Roman can't save himself, so he needs the Usos to do it for him. I wasn't here at the time. Why did they cut Boog's hair? Don't know. They didn't do it on the show. Right, we've had 200 votes. We'll end the poll as soon as I've just changed over the bits, the bitty bits. There it is. Couldn't find it. Right, Adam Cole is making his way down. We've got Rampage now. And then after this, I'm going to bed because we are up early tomorrow so that we can do Man City against Chelsea over on football days. And, of course, tomorrow night we've got the return of UFC. UFC on this channel tomorrow. All right, Adam Cole, baby. Keep getting your votes in, guys. As soon as I've done this, then we'll jump over and have a look at that poll. Mitchell said, I just have a hard time buying Roman's promos. I don't know what it is. Are they over-scripting him? Whenever he gets in with good talkers, he falls apart. To be honest, I think that he had some really good lines, but it felt like it just felt off. It just felt like I just think the chemistry is wrong with heel and heel. And I just think like the crowd are behind Roman and he's trying to heel it up and they're throwing in a few lines and it's kind of all right. But I mean, look, they didn't even get loads of time. I don't know if this thing overran, but like the pacing of it was quite slow. And I don't know, it felt like there needed to be a little bit more groundwork laid, and they just kind of came out, threw a few kind of insults at each other. And that was it, really. I think it just lacked a bit of substance. Like, why is Seth going for the Universal title now that Roman's got it? Like, aren't they meant to be like brothers? And I know they're both heels and there's no honor amongst thieves, but I don't know, I just feel like they could lay some better groundwork. They could give us, a little bit more. Like, why does Seth think he's going to win against this version of Roman? Like, how's Seth going to neutralize the Usos? Like, they could have gone into some stuff. Like, Seth spoke about how he's won all the title matches they've had in the past, but he didn't really give any numbers, or he didn't like go through them, or no. I just feel like there was a lot that they could have done. There's a lot of background work they could have gone through, and they didn't. Instead, it was just a couple of insults being exchanged back and forth, and that was it, really. Right, Adam Cole. Trent, let's get the poll ended. Right, so I'll get that done as we're into AEW Rampage. Right, 7 to 10 got 37%, 6 to 675 got 32%, 5 to 575 got 18%, 475 below got 11%. I'd probably give it probably about 5.5, around that ballpark. I was at about 5 at the halfway point. There was nothing to really move the score apart from that final moment, that final segment with Roman and Seth, and I was really gripped by that. So I'll give him props for that, but, I mean, look, there's every chance that my halftime 5 was starting to go down into the 4s. I mean, there was just nothing. What did we get? Madcap Moss. We got Sheamus and Ricochet, and it just was really flat. It had no momentum. It wasn't doing it for me. There's every chance we were going into the 4s. And, you know, that final segment does kind of pull it up a little bit. But, yeah, I'm still probably about a 5 or a 5.5, around that ballpark. Really weak SmackDown tonight. Really, really weak SmackDown. But you get them. It's not the end of the world. It is what it is. And we're well on the road to the Royal Rumble. So I'm sure we'll get some good stuff. Probably go 5.5. Yeah, I'll go with you, Hayden. 5.5. So, yeah, we are on the road to the Royal Rumble, so I'm sure we're going to get some good stuff. I do think that the promo was a highlight, but I do understand why people are not blown away by it. There was just some nice lines in there, but it certainly didn't feel like CM Punk and MJF. It certainly wasn't that level. Liv and Zelina said, in your opinion, should a Rumble main event the pay-per-view or a title match? In my opinion, the Women's Rumble should main event. It should be a Rumble. Rumble should main event. I don't mind if it's the men's or the women's. I suppose whichever they think is going to be the biggest winner, biggest surprise. Yeah, whichever. Britt Baker on the outside of the ring, and Adam Cole gives her a little kiss. Still to come, we've got Thunder Rosa against Mercedes Martinez. Shawn Spears against Andre Everett. And a trios match still to come as well. We've also got... how long is Rampage tonight, Jason? AEW World Tag Team Championship match. It looks like they've changed the booking of Rampage then, because normally they only book 3 matches. But it looks like they're putting more onto it. Roman needs Paul as a mouthpiece, says Ronnie. Hedra said, Days, sorry I'm late. I'm back with a date from a girl. We had a good time, if you know what I mean. Well, you had a good time. I think I know what you mean. You went out. You had a good time. LSW said 3-hour Rampage. Oh, my God. CM316 said it's only an hour. Boy said, no, it's not a match. What's not a match? One of them not a match. Cool. I want Liv to win the Women's Royal Rumble, and I want Brandy to win the Rumble. What about you, says Justin? I want Asuka. Because I love Asuka. She's my favourite. I think she is the best in-ring female they've ever had. So, whatever we can get Asuka. Whatever we can get Asuka, be it WrestleMania main events, Royal Rumble wins, Money in the Bank wins, titles. I legit think she's the best. The only area, I mean, her look is 10 out of 10. Her wrestling is 10 out of 10. It's her promos that she struggles. But she's got an interesting promo style. Just screaming in, like, Japanese. Throwing in the odd English words. But it's definitely her weakest aspect. But I would like her. Because I'd take her against Charlotte. And hopefully she could get a win this time. Her WrestleMania, she just doesn't get wins at WrestleMania, Asuka. Be nice to see her get a win. I don't know if she's ever won at WrestleMania. Her first WrestleMania, I think, was WrestleMania 34. And she lost. And then, I can't remember what she did at 35, 36. I know at 37 she lost to Rhea Ripley. 37, 36, I don't remember what she was doing. 36, I think, was she in a tag match? I think she was in a tag team with Kairi Sane. But either way, I'd like to see her get a singles win over Charlotte. And male-wise, I don't really mind. I mean, like, kind of Brock winning and then going after Roman might be fun. So I don't mind that. I think it's hard to predict. Days, is Austin the leader of this community? No, not at all. I think you are LSW. And I just don't think you realised it was you. People complain when Roman is a face. Now they complain when he's a heel. You guys are not satisfied. This is clearly leading to a blood and guts match, says James. What, best friends against this, whatever this is? Adam Cole was tuning up the band. Snapdragon. They never mentioned the Rumble, the match, or the belt. They just insulted each other, says Daniel. Yeah, it's weird. Bit weird. It's a lot more kind of backstory and why we're getting the match, and just kind of like the structure of the promo felt like it was missing. It literally was just insults, wasn't it? Wrestler Andy said, Days, based on the rating of Look Wrestler promo, who would you say is the best wrestler ever? It's probably got to be Flair. I'm trying to think if there is anyone. I really didn't want to say Flair. I was trying to think if there was anyone else, but I think Ric Flair with his robes is a 10 out of 10 look, and the way he has those sharp suits. His promos were brilliant. And wrestling-wise, I mean, you could maybe say wrestling wasn't 10 out of 10. But his wrestling was good, and he would quite often go, like, hour-long draws and keep people entertained and engaged. I mean, if you can have people come and pay tickets, money to come and see you get beaten, and, like, you know, you can put on an hour-long match, and he had his classic spots. That would probably be his big criticism. Heard a lot of people saying if you saw one Ric Flair match, you saw them all. Because he had, you know, the falling over and going over to the corner and flipping over and going to the outside, getting clotheslined on the edge of the ring. And, you know, he had his favourite spots. The figure four, of course. But I heard, you know, a lot of people say that. If you've seen one Ric Flair match, you've seen them all. I don't think technically that's true, but it's kind of true. Not caring about this match. Why give Trent a mid-carder to foot on the rope? Yeah, I mean, Trent, I agree. Trent has not been presented as a problem, and Adam Cole can't beat him. I mean, Britt and Statlander are feuding. Low blow by Adam Cole. There's a brawl right now. Right, last shot. 1, 2, 3. It's not how I would have booked Adam Cole. I agree. I don't know why Adam Cole didn't just win that. NFL playoffs start this week. Days, how was SmackDown? Please don't spoil the Roman segment. It wasn't very good. Days, I'm doing a wrestling figure Royal Rumble tomorrow. Can you give me a shout-out match, including men's Royal Rumble, women's Royal Rumble, Michaels Owens? Jordan, shout-out to you, dudes. Good luck with your pay-per-view tomorrow. Hope it goes well. Hope you book it better than SmackDown was booked tonight. Britt and Statlander are the only interesting thing that can come from this feud. Yeah. I must say, I just don't think Rampage started off really well, but it just doesn't feel essential to watch now. It sort of feels like elevation. Now, the tag titles are on the line tonight. So I suppose they are still giving us like a tag team championship match, but I don't see them titles changing hands. But I'm sure they'll give us a title change on Rampage just to keep us on our toes. Who knows? I mean, this is the TNT show now, isn't it? Because Dynamite's on TBS. So perhaps they're going to, put a little bit more back onto Rampage again. As we said, title match this week. That is a good example of poor booking by Khan, says Charles. Did Britt try to attack the cameraman? I didn't see that. Shirley said Rampage is only good when it's live. Master Chief said Day skips all my anti-Adam Cole statements. I'm not bothered, mate. I'd read them. I wasn't skipping them on purpose or anything. I haven't got like an affection for like Adam Cole, so I wasn't skipping them. Right, said Days. Hope you are well. I'm stoked for UFC. I'm excited. I'm really excited. But I've missed it. I really love UFC. I do enjoy getting like just different flavors of things. It's really nice to watch like football and just kind of really focus on something different and talk about something different and get lost in something different other than wrestling. We were like wrestling, and it was so full on, and that's fine, but it is nice to just have a palate cleanser every now and again. And UFC being back tomorrow, that's just another one, so looking forward to it coming back. It's maybe not the strongest cards, but of course it is the week before a pay-per-view, so it'll be a nice little appetizer before we get our main event next week, our main course next week, which looks amazing. Next week's show looks amazing. Zoom Station said the best Rampage was the second one. Humble Rumble said Francis Ngannou. Ngannou is next week. Ngannou against Garn is the main event next week for the UFC Heavyweight Championship. Karen said Fiend sucked. People who got released were pretty much indie jobbers. No Davila said one of my friends met Dana yesterday. Oh my god, that's amazing. You met Dana White. That's really cool. That'd be really cool. I'd be quite excited to meet Dana. I'd be really excited to meet Dana or Vince or, the people that are like in charge. Like, if you met Tony Khan, I'd imagine that'd be quite exciting. Because he's the top guy, and he is the main man. Okay, so we are seeing Mercedes Martinez doing a little promo. And there's Thunder Rosa saying a few words as well. You will forever know my name. Here's Sean Spears. It's weird. It's a weird entrance for Sean Spears. It's sort of like a Malachi entrance in a way. It looks quite credible. But he's such a comedy character. Like, he tends to, be coming out with Wardlow, and he's not like a cool character. I don't feel like that entrance is quite right for him. I was really into Ty Dillinger. I really like Ty Dillinger, but I'm not crazy about how they have presented Sean Spears here. New entrance for the chairman. I love Sean Spears' music. It sounds like hip-hop. Does Mama Days have IG. No. This Andrew Everett is in a tryout. Apparently, he is a popular indie guy. 10. A 10 from Sean Spears. He did a little cartwheel and then he went 10. That was really over. Do you remember that in WWE? That was really over. I think when he came out at the Royal Rumble at number 10, like the first time, there was a big pop for him. One, two, three. Wow, if that was a tryout, I don't think we learnt much. Sean Spears wins. Road Warriors, Ric Flair, Randy Savage are the top 3 entrance themes in history, says. Huh? Can a turkey jump higher than Mount Everest? Yes, because a building can't jump at all. Is Mount Everest like a shop? Hang on, we've got a promo from Sean Spears. I was the guy not supposed to make it. Wardlow looks great, doesn't he? Wardlow in like civilian clothes. I changed his name. I changed the Wardlow name. But he does look great, just kind of standing, looking very unimpressed in the background. Wardlow chants. I was just looking at him. I was like, what would I call him? I think I'd go with something like TJ Jones or something like this. I like the Jones. Something like Jones, Jonesy. TJ Jones. I'd move away from Wardlow. MJ Jenkins was a kind of a fun name. I'm going to expose you in 5 days. So, a message to CM Punk. CM Punk against Sean Spears. This part is better than the opening. Days, is there a crowd at the back? What's this? That's kind of fun. The Acclaimed making fun out of Darby and Sting. This is good. So they're giving them a full track, a full song, and they're doing, this is good. It's shot really well as well. It feels like a proper music video, but it's funny. Very good. Very good. It's the kind of thing I can see doing really well on social media as well, putting it on the YouTube channel. And it's funny as well. It's a funny video. It's a bit like, Eminem. kind of Slim Shady making fun of him, kind of. Yeah, good. Right, we've got a six-woman tag match. I don't know what we've got now. Hirsch, Statlander, the Mama's Kitchen woman. What's her name? Red Velvet. Nyla. Ford. Bunny, that'll do. But an AEW is not entertainment. If you can check the SmackDown men's roster on Wikipedia and see who wasn't on TV, you'd be shocked at how little. Fair play. Jordan said, I got Fiend versus Drew at my WrestleMania. Can you give me an idea how the rival storyline could start? I don't know what you mean. How can that rivalry start? Oh, I'm sure you can come up with something, bud. Or maybe our community can help. Her said, it's a bit like Ms. Morrison video. Don't answer. They're both wrong. I feel like this one, I'm going to answer. I feel like this one is a bit more credible and actually funny rather than hey, hey, ho, ho, that I have no idea who that was meant to appeal to. Like, this one actually had a beat. Like, it was watchable. It was entertaining. Some of the lines are funny. I thought it was entertaining. Like a music video diss track thing that I can see, doing all right on their YouTube channel. They seem to have spent a bit of money on it as well. But come on, you can't compare that to Hey Hey Ho Ho. That Hey Hey Ho Ho was just a load of nonsense. I've been thinking about the promo. Look, Randy Savage might be the only person to get all 10s. Well, very true. Yeah, he would be. He would absolutely be up there. I mean, he had an incredible look. 10 out of 10 for that. His promos, yeah, very passionate in ring. I suppose he just maybe didn't quite get the booking. I suppose it was maybe the time he was around as well, or maybe because he was slightly smaller. Maybe the fourth one is the booking is where he got let down because of him being maybe slightly smaller. I don't know. Or maybe just because he was around at Hogan's time. But I agree. Steve, shout out to you. How long have we got? Half an hour to go. Jeez, half an hour to go. Yeah, this is kind of filler. How big do you think the pop will be when Wardlow snaps on MJF? Huge. Huge. They're doing a really good job of building Wardlow up and getting him over, and the crowd are loving it. Having him just kind of moody in the background is working really, really well. Really well. I must say, AEW do a very good job of building up people. So they've done a great job with Darby. They've done a great job with Hook. They're doing a great job with Wardlow, Sammy, Britt Baker, Jungle Boy, Hangman. Like they've done a really good job. Maybe they don't get them all right, but in their short history, they've got quite a good hit rate. How big's pop bit? Oh, answer that. Days, is there a crowd up the back? I don't know what you're asking, but I mean, the lights are out, so I can't really see the crowd. I think this is the same as what we had on Dynamite. Is it true Macho was involved in an affair with a teenage Steph and that was the end for him? It's never been confirmed. It's been long rumoured. Don't know. It's certainly what one of the rumours are as to why, because there's a lot of people that were brought back, but Macho was never brought back. He did get to the point though where he signed some kind of deal. I don't know if the deal was direct with Mattel, but we did start getting Macho Man figures, because for the longest time we didn't even have Macho Man figures in the Mattel line. But then we did start getting Macho Man figures. And actually still get Macho Man figures, but yeah, it was he never came back to WWE. Macho should have stayed in WWE. He hurt himself when he went to WCW. James said, Wardlow murdering MJF can't come quick enough for my liking. It better happen soon. Rap still sounds like wrapping paper at Christmas time to me, says Tori. Days, I don't watch Rampage anymore. It's just like dark, honestly, and it's not must-see TV. Zoom Station said, Lanny said it happened. I don't believe it. I mean, personally, I don't think it did, but, you know. I can't prove it, disprove it. It's just been, it's just a old wives' tale kind of rumor thing that's out there. Macho Man is in 2K14, says Humble Rumble. Could you see someone like Wardlow mixing it up with Lashley, McIntyre, Lesnar, and Roman? Sure. Yeah, I could see him mixing it up with them. I don't know if he would be, you know, head of the table or whatever, but yes. Nyla Rose comes crashing down. Red Velvet rolls out the way. How many chocolate bunnies can you put into an empty Easter basket? Only one, because after that, it's not empty. I don't know why. I feel like tonight has been a challenge. It's been difficult to even find entertaining aspects of the shows. You know, even things that you can have fun with have been even few and far between. It's felt quite flat tonight. I don't know why. Statlander with a nice move there on Penelope Ford. Gets her shoulder up. We've got about 26 minutes to go. Handstand against the ropes. She went to grab Statlander. Statlander moves out the way. She goes for a backslide. She hasn't got... what's she trying to do? I thought she was trying to get a pin. I thought she'd fluffed up a pin, but actually she puts a submission hold on. It looked like she was going for a backslide, but Penelope Ford was like getting her head in the way, and it looked a bit nasty. And then Statlander just grabbed her arms, pulled her arms back, and it was like, oh, no, that's really nasty. Blue Thunderbomb. 1, 2. Kick out by the bunny. Vicky Guerrero loving it outside the ring. Layla Hirsch has tagged herself in. This match is going too long, says Charles. Jilly said, watching bad wrestling shows with Days and the chat makes it watchable. That's good. That's good. Layla Hirsch gets pinned and beaten. So, Nyla Rose, Penelope Ford, and the Bunny get the win. So there was a real breakdown between Layla Hirsch and Chris Statlander. The most entertainment came from that rogue spider. That's true. God, that's depressing. AEW was much better than SmackDown and Rampage, and it's only an hour. ARW? What the hell is ARW? What is ARW? Augmented reality wrestling. Antique Roadshow wrestling. Antique Roadshow wrestling. Just a load of old people battling. Grandfather clock on a pole match. Match of the year. Yes, match of the year. I looked on YouTube, and did you know after Raw finished in 2019, Drew McIntyre and a steel cage with The Fiend in Chicago? Yeah. Lethal? Yeah, because there was a lot of speculation as to whether those would be on the actual shows or not. Here's Jay Lethal. Jay Lethal said, I know I'm still the new guy here, but I'm watching and this is making me sick. Sky, spitting facts. Do you know the best place for Wardlow to snap is on Dynamite or on pay-per-view? Perhaps if MJF loses to Punk at Revolution, but I'm pretty sure MJF will be the first to beat Punk. Well, it could be that MJF beats Punk, celebrates, and Wardlow snaps then. So that way, you know, Punk suffers his first loss to MJF. MJF is given a push there, and immediately people watching know who his next feud's going to be. He's a great talker, isn't he, Jay Lethal? So, Jay Lethal saying a few words to Ricky Starks. On Wednesday, we've got that mixed tag match. Orange Cassidy and Chris Statlander taking on Adam Cole and Britt Baker, DMD. That'll be fun on Wednesday, that mixed tag match. I'm looking forward to that. CM Punk against Shawn Spears. Sting and Darby against The Acclaimed. I'm down for that. Serena Deeb against Sky Blue. I'm always down for Serena Deeb. Lee Johnson, Brock Anderson against FTR. Cody Rhodes returns. Yes. Yes. The House of Black take on the Varsity Blondes. All right, here we go. Time for the main event. We go, Silver Reynolds against Rat. Where's does anyone know where Marco Stunt has gone? Are we done with Marco Stunt now, or? So we are just seeing the backstage promos. It's time for the main event. Next Wednesday sounds good. Yeah, it looks quite good. It's time. It's time for the main event. They could literally just record that, couldn't they? They don't need... Why are they paying him every single week? Days, ARW is Automatic Revolution Wrestling. Their show is free on Fight every Thursday. I've never even heard of them. Automatic Revolution Wrestling. I mean, you literally watch everything, don't you? You literally watch everything. Fair play. This is going to be fun. Go, Silver, and Reynolds. His contract is up. Marco is trying out for The Voice. I heard Marco was working on the video game development. God, what's going on? There's so many rumours about what Marco's stunt is up to. I heard he got lost in a supermarket. And he hasn't been seen for weeks. I think Marco is done. He's not even in Sammy Guevara's vlogs. And he was part of the vlog crew. Marco is apparently not going to get a new contract, but it seems he's got a new hobby. He's been releasing music on Spotify, and he's currently on The Voice and got through. Wow. Wowzers. This is The Voice. Yes, legit trying for The Voice. He has confirmed it. Marco's stunt is in Christian's pocket. Just up here. Boop, boop. Well, we've got 17 minutes to go. Days, I heard a rumour that Elias was released. I can't say I've heard that, but I don't know. I've not seen anything yet about that. Marco is trying singing. People that could return, or surprises that could return, are Cena, Kurt, Booker, Rob Van Dam, X-Pac, Corey, Pat, Release Star, Forbidden Door, Ronda, Lacey, Asuka, Paige, Bayley, Trish, Melina, Cameron. That's a lot of people, isn't it? I like how you put in a former Release Star, which could be like hundreds and hundreds, if not thousands. Forbidden Door, same, thousands. So what we've learnt there is it could be thousands of people. Thank you, Harley. Thank you for that information. Days, Ivy Nile had a good match on 205 Live. I can believe it. Elias wasn't released. I can believe it. The GOAT, Pretty Peter Avalon, apparently isn't getting a new contract either. I can believe it. Harley said, I couldn't fit Braun and Bray in. Wow, I have heard that about you. I have heard that about you, although I am very surprised. Ooh. I just couldn't fit Braun and Bray in. Days, I'm watching Rampage, says Legend Killer. Same here, bud. Living my best life. Right, here we go. Here's Dark Order. Silver and Reynolds making their way down. Evil Uno and Anna Jay coming down with them. And here's Jurassic Express. Days, get out of my stream! Oh, that guy's into it, isn't he? Roddy Piper shirt. It just showed a guy in the crowd, and it was like really going for it. I think that was Harley. I think it was Harley in the crowd. Really going for it. He is there live at Rampage. Where did William go? I don't know. Just let him go. Just let him go. He's probably having a sleep. And it might do him good. He might come back less pervy. I'm not happy with this match. I would love to see Dark Order finally get the titles, but Jungle Boy finally just got his title, and now he deserves a run. That's a good point. Whoa, 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 whoa. Hayden said Jungle Boy and Luchasaurus. Indeed, they are taking on Silver and Reynolds. Okay, so Jungle Boy in the ring with Luchasaurus. About to start us off with Reynolds. I was just thinking, you know, they just showed a young girl in the crowd who was like bopping along as well to the music to Jungle. I was like, man, you just don't get anything like that in WWE. I'm trying to think of like a fun sing-along entrance music. Who's got one? Who's got one in WWE? I can't think of one. There's a gap. AEW is using tag team ropes in the corner. When did they start using tag ropes? I don't know, to be honest. Kipper. I can't say it's something I've really ever noticed. Keep up by Jungle Boy. I heard Harley has got a hidden ability. He told me it in Twitter DMs, but I won't reveal anything. Well, making things disappear, I don't know if you can count that as an ability. Must admit, though, a cucumber is very impressive, but what happens in Twitter DMs stays in Twitter DMs. What do you mean, Days? Yeah, I want to go big is the most over thing ever. Yeah, but you only get it once at the start. Yeah, I want to go big. Then say that. That's it. You can't, it's not like with that way you can, whoa, 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 whoa. Like, I can't think of anything like that. An early wicket for England. I think they've got a few. I just had a quick peek. I think they've got a few. They're doing okay at the moment. AEW have multiple, obviously, Judas and Jungle Boy theme songs, and they sing Adam Cole's song and Moxley's as well. I was joking. I know you was. DWTD Peak said, I want to know who you want to be the next TNT champion. The next TNT champion. Cody's got it. He's a heel. I don't care what anyone says. I'd have him hold it for quite a while and have him bury the roster. Do you know what? Maybe a go-go. I actually think that it all started going wrong for Cody, or the bit that he needed to put over a go-go, and I've heard that he really regrets not putting a go-go over now, and I think he kind of regrets the promos and the whole USA against UK thing. 'Cause it didn't make any sense. I mean, as someone sat here in the UK, I've got nothing but love for the USA. And I feel like the USA has affection for the UK. I feel like there's a rivalry. I've got no idea what Cody was trying to achieve. I just don't get it. I don't get it. So, and then like he started to try and bring race into it, and it was all that for me. And then like obviously he's with Brandy, and she's annoying. And then he goes off and does that his own TV show and Go Big show, and you know he starts to think he's the bee's knees. And but for me, like the Go thing was probably the thing that I hated the most. So I wouldn't mind if a Go came back, and because I wouldn't have Cody drop the title anytime soon. I'd have him keep that belt for a while, have him keep the belt and be quite dominant with it, beat up a load of fan favorites. You could have a lot of people that people are desperate to see win, and have Cody just go through them all, and then I think eventually a Go he deserves to get a win back. And, you know, a little run in the title might not be the worst. Could be a great way to build a new star, get him on TV quite a bit. So I don't mind. There would probably be several people that I wouldn't mind. But I do think that Go has got... He's kind of an important part of Cody's history, I think, actually, in AEW. In a way, he's probably the one person that he won't want to see again. I heard an interview with Cody, and he said that he doesn't want to think about that feud ever again. He doesn't want to think about those promos ever again. He really thought they were good, and he got it wrong. I think it really bothers him. So the one person that I don't think he would want to be seeing would be Anthony Ogogo. And I think Anthony Ogogo, who was brilliant striker, if he's gone away and worked on his wrestling a little bit more, you could really bring him back. And, you know, people would be like, oh, and he's got that connection to when Cody got it really wrong last time. And this time Anthony Ogogo is the one to beat him. I'd be down for that. James Chadwick said, Zicky Dice is hosting his own pay-per-view on his Twitch on Saturday night, if anyone is interested. One of the matches is Thunder Rosa versus Taya Valkyrie. So there we go. James, shout out to you, dudes. Did they show Ryback in the crowd? I can't say that I saw Ryback. Fun fact, it's not I want to go big, it's we all want to go big. Google it if you don't believe me. We all want to go big. It could be. We all want to go big. Then say that. It'll always be y'all to me. I want to go big. It'll always be y'all. Back elbow by Luchasaurus, double clothesline. Happy birthday to J14. Happy birthday. J14, 12 today. I think he's having a party with some party bags and cake and a clown. Juggler. It's going to be amazing. So, happy birthday, J14. Big school next year, isn't it, mate? Big school. That'll be, you'll be all right. J14 sent me a message saying he's a bit nervous about it, but I think it's normal. I think a lot of people get quite nervous about big school. We all should love Cody. He helped bring us something beside the end of Vince's pencil. Well, he couldn't save me from SmackDown tonight, so I hate him. I still had to watch that SmackDown, so I hate him. I hate him even more now. I blame him for that. Silver gets pushed into Reynolds. German. David said Google lies. That's true. Google lies. Adrian, see you tomorrow, buds. We've got Silver jumping up as well. Silver trying to grab a hold of Jungle Boy. We're into the final few minutes here. Luchasaurus has got Silver. What are they going for here? It's like Silver's... Yeah, even Jericho doesn't quite know what's happening. Okay, powerbomb into suplex. I want Hook to have his first Dynamite match or segment, says Daniel. Why did the robber jump in the shower? He wanted to make a clean getaway. Nice. I also want to make a clean getaway. I'm 3 minutes away from a clean getaway. And we can put this Friday night behind us. Super kick by Jungle Boy. Knee strike there by Reynolds. I do agree, actually, with people, what they said earlier. Like, I don't mind this match. I don't mind this match at all, but I don't see Dark Order winning. At no point did I believe they would win. Oh, that's lovely. Very fast-paced. That should have won it. That was really good. The tag work there, the strike, that was really good from Reynolds and Silver. Let's have a look here. Step up Enziguri, into a stunner, into a German, roll through. I mean, as quick as I'm saying it, it's happening. That was great. What do you think of Christian as the manager of Jungle Express? What do I think of Christian as the manager? I don't mind it. I mean, he's been out like with injury for a long time. He probably can't do loads of matches. Probably do need to keep his appearances as special. So, you know, you need something for him to do. So him being a manager and kind of, you know, giving a little bit of spotlight to Jungle Boy, Luchasaurus, like, it's definitely an upgrade on Marco Stunt, isn't it? So I don't mind it. I actually, the way that I would use Christian is I would put him in a sharp suit. I would make him look like $1 million. I'd have him be that legend that's all about honor and dignity. I wouldn't have him in a tag team. I would literally just have him as a guy on his own. Good guy. Face. Always looking sharp. And I would make him the Nick Aldis of AEW. You know, kind of Nick Aldis when he does promos is always in sharp suits. Always, he's not a face, but he carries himself with, you know, dignity, prestige. I would do Christian that way because there's not really anyone doing that. I suppose the closest you've got is maybe Andrade, but you just don't see him enough. And he doesn't speak English. But like Andrade tends to wear those kind of sharp suits and whatever, but first of all, he's a heel, he's not a face, and we don't see him enough. Kind of feel that if Christian came down and he was kind of, you know, had a great rapport with the crowd and he was looking really sharp, like, there's not really anyone doing that. I think there's a gap on the roster for that. Well, that's the end of that. I don't tend to review Rampage, to be honest. It's just an hour show and it is what it is. Well done to Jurassic Express. They lost another wicket, have they? I might go and watch the end of that now, though. If there's only a couple of wickets to go. Right, awesome. Really appreciate the support. I'm going to run away now because we've done 4 hours and wasn't the best. I was definitely hoping for a bit more tonight than what we got. But not a problem. We are back again tomorrow with football over on Football Days. If you're a fan of Premier League, join us over there. So we're back for that. We're also back around here tomorrow for UFC. And there might be a little something on Sunday. We'll have to wait and see. And my focus is on tomorrow, but there could be a little something on Sunday. So awesome. Appreciate the support. Thanks a lot for watching. Hope you enjoyed the shows. And I'll see you again next time. Bye for now.